Good morning from a very warm Pretoria. My name is Mariana, and it is a pleasure for me to welcome you to the session on mobilizing SAIs to act on sustainable development goals today. One of the highlights of our online workshops this year was a gender equality workshop, which were held on the 21st of September. And today's session is actually a continuation of many discussions on this exciting topic. So let me give you a quick rundown of what we would like to cover in this hour. So firstly, we will screen a video on how to become gender responsive SAIs, and then we'll have a quick poll question. Then I will share with you the results of the gender assessment that we conducted earlier this year. And on popular demand, we will again welcome Emmanuel Isaac from Eritrea, who will talk about their journey to develop their gender strategy. And lastly, I will have a live interview with two gender experts, Petra from IDI and Felix from OAG Norway. So yes, that is going to be what we will be covering in this hour, and I hope you're going to have a very fruitful hour and enjoy the time with us. So the video that we developed, which we will be screening in a few minutes, is actually to create awareness about gender equality in our region, and also to just highlight AFROSAI-E's commitment to support our SAIs in becoming gender responsive SAIs. So let's take a look. Thank you.
Welcome to the video on SAIs as gender responsive organizations. In this video, we will focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 5, achieving gender equality and empowerment for all women and girls, on what a gender-responsive SAI is, why gender diversity and inclusion are so important, and the steps and building blocks to become a gender-responsive SAI. Let us start off by looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5. The UN explains that gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Providing women and girls with equal access to education, healthcare, decent work, and representation in political and economic decision-making processes will fuel sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity at large. To achieve their goal of gender equality, the UN defines 9 targets and 14 indicators to measure progress in terms of achieving Sustainable Development Goal 5. Aligned to these indicators, the 2019 Africa Gender Index scores yield an overall gender gap of 51.4%, which means that Africa still has a long way to reaching gender equality. This is where SAIs in the AFROSAI-E region have an opportunity to narrow the gender gap by becoming gender-responsive organizations and by building capacity to conduct audits that contribute to gender equality. Now let's clarify what a gender-responsive SAI is. In short, it is a SAI with capacity to promote a gender-responsive workplace, with equal opportunities and benefits or outcomes for both women and men. The following 5 elements define a gender-responsive SAI. When the SAI vision, values, strategy, and mandate reflect a gender perspective. When the SAI has the necessary infrastructure, resources, policies, regulations, and procedures in place to promote gender equality. When management takes responsibility and accountability for gender equality. When the culture in the SAI has space for women and men to bring their views to the fore. And when gender equality is articulated in all HR policies and processes. But why is gender diversity and inclusion so important? When a SAI has equal representation of women, it can have many positive effects across the entire organization. Let's look at some of the benefits. The SAI will not only be able to attract more qualified and skilled women, but also millennials, as the younger generation nowadays actively seek gender equality employers. Secondly, the SAI will be able to be more successful in retaining women. However, to retain female staff long-term, SAIs need to foster a true sense of belonging and focus on improving inclusiveness and equality in all their activities. Thirdly, gender equality will boost the SAI's reputation, as successful organizations are known for prioritizing gender issues. Development partners and donors are also more likely to invest and support organizations which foster gender equality. A gender-equal workforce will increase creativity, as gender-representative teams can help your SAI's group-thinking capabilities and produce more creative ideas. Gender equality will also improve the well-being of SAI staff. A study by Psychology Today found a strong relationship between gender equality and employee well-being. When we don't feel that we belong, it can impact our sense of well-being and make us more likely to think about changing jobs. And lastly, SAIs will see a positive impact on their culture as organizational culture is enhanced when gender equality is welcomed and celebrated. Now let's discuss the building blocks to becoming a gender-responsive SAI. Firstly, SAIs need to define their gender equality goals in the SAI and HR strategy. Secondly, SAIs can consider incorporating gender equality in the SAI's core values. The third step is to report on gender equality and the SAI's progress in terms of achieving gender equality in the SAI's annual report. Fourthly, the SAI should have a written gender equality policy and an implementation plan for the policy, as well as specifying gender equality targets. Now we get to incorporate gender equality into the HR policies and processes aligned to the employee life cycle. Let's look at the 8 HR policies and processes that can advance gender equality. In terms of recruitment, SAIs could stipulate how they will advance gender equality by setting recruitment targets for women. In the advertisements, SAIs could indicate that they would give preference to female applicants, for example. When negotiating staff benefits, SAIs could ensure equal benefits for both men and women, and consider offering parental leave, flexible work hours, childcare leave, etc. It is also important to ensure equal compensation for women on similar levels as men. Compensation should always be fair, consistent, and reflective of the external market. In terms of recognition, SAIs should also provide equal recognition to staff for the achievement of individual or team goals, SAI objectives, and professional competency. SAIs could support leaders to conduct equal and fair performance assessments for both men and women. Both men and women should be allowed to give input to their performance plans, objectives, and targets. Equal and fair opportunities for both men and women in terms of training and professional development is one of the most important focus areas for SAIs to achieve gender equality. When it comes to succession planning, it is important to ensure equal opportunities for both men and women to advance to leadership positions. This will support SAIs to improve women representation in middle and top management positions. To retain staff, the SAI needs to make all staff feel valued, recognized, and appreciated. To ensure that female staff stay, SAIs need to foster a true sense of belonging and focus on improving inclusiveness and equality. And lastly, the SAI should ensure equal opportunities for all staff to participate in wellness programs. Staff wellness focuses on engaging all staff by caring for their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Caring for staff well-being will ensure a healthy, balanced, and fulfilled workforce that is productive and effective. In closing, these steps and building blocks will assist SAIs to consider different ways to advance gender equality, but also to develop their own gender equality policy. For more information about the Gender Equality Program, please contact Mariana at AFROSAI-E. Thank you for watching. Please complete your personal reflection on this video.
Okay, thank you so much for watching the video. Okay, now I would like to hear more from you. So if Chris, you can put up the poll for us, that would be great. Okay, let's look at the questions. Okay, so the question is, what is the biggest challenge in your quest to improve female representation on all levels in your SAI? So the options that we have here is, we struggle to recruit enough females, the culture in our SAI, leadership commitment, not enough focus on female development programs, and we do not have a succession policy to advance people or females to leadership positions. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about this question and give us your options. Thank you so much. Okay, wonderful. So we've got 50% participation to date, and the results actually indicates, first of all, the biggest struggle is that the last one, we do not have a succession policy in place to advance people initiating and progressing to different levels. And then, of course, we struggle to recruit enough females. So I'm not going to go into too much detail or a discussion on the results now, but we're going to ask the experts in gender to help us to answer these questions further and to debate it. But I think what is important now is that I share with you the results of the gender assessment that we did earlier this year. So 18 SAIs participated, and let me just go to the slides here. So, of course, let me just quickly go to this to say what is our objective: to support SAIs to become gender-responsive organizations and to build the capacity of SAIs in the region to conduct audits. So we've watched the video, and what I want to do now is to give you feedback on the the gender equality assessment, as I said, and I would like to give you a regional view. So the gender assessment was actually done in August 2021. And the three-part assessment, we actually gathered information on, firstly, on political will, the SAI culture, leadership commitment, staff awareness, and SAI readiness. And the second part, we actually looked at, how is the SAIs mainstreaming gender equality through their HR policies. And the last portion is we collected statistics of gender on each of the levels within the SAI. So this assessment was not only completed by HR people, it was completed by a number of people from all levels within the SAIs that was invited for this assessment. Okay, so just a gender overview of the AFROSAI-E region is that we have quite a few female AGs in the region. So we have a female AG in Angola, Botswana, Lesotho, Ethiopia, Kenya, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Very impressive. And then some of the SAIs that has got more women than men, Botswana, Lesotho, and Namibia. Okay, the most important issue that I wanted to raise about our gender distribution in our region is that the average of the SAIs that participated is that there's 34% women in our SAIs compared to 66% men. And then if you look at the different levels, we've got 37% women on operational level, 24 team lead, 27% in middle management, 20% on director level, and then DIGs and Assistant Auditor Generals, 33%. Okay, so the question that we want to answer here is how gender responsive are our regional SAIs. And this is the result. So where our SAIs are really struggling to advance gender equality is actually more in terms of incorporating it into the SAI strategy as well as the SAI readiness. So there's some struggles. Political will seem to be quite strong in our region on 62%, as well as staff awareness. Okay, so I want to go into more detail about the political will. So those were the questions that we put out there. So the first one was around the government budgeted adequately and for financial resources to support gender. We've got a 55% positive response. My country has a national gender equality policy that affirms commitment to gender equality, 68%. And then the integration of gender equality in programs and projects is mandated in my country, 64% positive response. Then the SAI culture, that is going to be one of the questions that we're going to debate. And what the questions that we've asked here is the working environment in my SAI has improved for women over the past 2 years, 60%. My SAI has a reputation for promoting gender equality, 60%. My SAI has a reputation for integrity in terms of gender equality, also 60%. And then 58% says that gender issues are discussed openly by men and women in my SAI. Okay, the SAI strategy is actually the area that it seems that our region is struggling to incorporate gender equality. So the first question we asked is the SAI reports on gender equality in my SAI's annual report. We've got a 46% agreement. Gender equality has been defined in my SAI's core values, also 46%. And then gender equality goals are defined in my SAIs strategy, 51%. Okay, leadership commitment towards gender equality seems to be positive on 58%. And then the SAI readiness is a bit of a concern if we look at the results there, specifically in terms of financial resources for the implementation of measures aimed at advancing gender equality, also the human resources, and then the technical resources is around 50% for the SAI readiness. In terms of staff awareness, it's quite positive on 61 and 60%. SAI staff can give ideas on how to improve gender equality and diversity considerations in the SAI. And SAI staff can voice their opinions on how to improve gender equality and diversity considerations in the SAI. Okay, so this information actually comes from the ICBF questionnaire that we ran last year. So that was one of the new questions that we incorporated in the HR domain. The question that we asked there is, to what extent have your SAI developed and implemented a gender policy and plan? So the results that we received from you is that 13 SAIs say that they do not have a gender policy or a strategy. 8 SAIs indicated that they have developed a gender policy, but it needs some improvement. And 5 SAIs have implemented a gender policy to full satisfaction. Okay, so the last slide on the assessment is actually just to look at to what extent has gender been integrated in the HR policies. So I made a list of all the HR policies. We also looked at that in the video. And it seems that the biggest struggle is in terms of recruitment, 62%. And then also, as we saw in the poll, succession, retention, and then a bit of struggle in terms of staff wellness. So that is the results of the gender equality assessment that we did, and we're going to follow up on these per country and also in terms of each country's gender representation per level, and supporting SAIs to really get to their targets. And yes, so next week I'm going to be in Mombasa in Kenya for the HR workshop, and then what we're going to focus on there is we'll have a 1 full day session on developing a gender strategy. So we're looking forward to welcoming the HR practitioners in Kenya next week. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I am going to give over to Emmanuel Isaac, the Audit Director from SAI Eritrea, that will talk to us about their journey to develop the gender policy. So over to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Mariana. Am I audible?
We can hear you. Thank you, Emmanuel. Yes. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I can also share my slides from here, if it's okay, or you can. Okay, it has already started. So, yeah, as you have introduced me, my name is Emmanuel Isaac. I am part of the team who prepared the policy and strategy for gender in the Office of the Auditor General. In the coming few slides, next please. Yeah, in the coming few slides, we're going to discuss with you the general background of the SAI Eritrea in terms of gender issue. And then we will also share with you the reason for us to develop the gender policy and strategy in the Office of the Auditor General. And then we would like to take you through the journey that we went in preparing the policy and the strategy document. And finally, we would like to share with you the general status that we are in implementing the gender policy and strategy in the Office of the Auditor General. So next, please. Yeah, next slide. So when it comes to SAI background in terms of gender issue, before we talk about the background in the Office of the Auditor General, we would like to share a little bit about the background when it comes to women equality in Eritrea. It's not the equality, women equality in Eritrea is not something that has been granted by men to our female citizens, but it's something that they have ensured with their own struggle in the overall process of the country, including the military, the social, economic, and the general cultural culture of the country. And similarly, in the Office of the Auditor General, until the early 2000, which is, I believe, is 2001, 2002, like 20% of our team leaders were female colleagues. And similarly, there were like 6 of middle and top management, including the Auditor General, 2 of his deputy, and 3 other directors. And out of the 6, 2 of them were women, which is also 33%. Unfortunately, this figure by the year 2021 has dramatically fell, and currently there are only 4% in the team leading position. And while the total number of mid and top management has increased from 6 to 12, there is only 1 female colleague at a directorate level. Currently, the total female colleagues in the OAG cover a little bit more than 35%. And I think in our recent addition, that will make it about 37% of the total workforce of the OAG. Next, please. The reason that we decided to develop the policy and strategy is the most important factor was the gender gap identified in the OAG. When the Auditor General was heard about, when we report the gap to the Auditor General, he was a little bit concerned. And that was one of the reasons. Secondly, that according to, I believe it was SAI 12, I don't know what now is, but the principle that indicates that SAI should lead by example, we would like also to incorporate the SDG goals in our day-to-day activities. And another last but not least is a recommendation that was given to us by our friends, partners, such as in the AFROSAI-E, the IDI, UNDP, and other government and non-government organizations. So these were the reasons that why we decided to develop the policy and strategy. Next, please. So the most important thing that we would like to share with you is the process we followed. As I mentioned earlier, the task started at the level of the Auditor General. The Auditor General actually personally handled it himself. He was a bit alarmed by the gap which has been created over the past 20 years in the office. So he discussed his concern with his 2 Deputy Director Generals, and they decided to develop the policy and strategic document for the office. Accordingly, we have a technical committee in the office, which is responsible for development of policies, guidelines, and other manuals for the office. So the Auditor General assigned the technical committee to come up with a draft gender policy and strategy for the OAG. The technical committee, which is in total 14 members from different levels, delegated the job to some kind of focal people who are going to, 3 people focal group to come up with a draft. I was part of the team that has been delegated by the technical committee. So the technical committee, the chairperson of the technical committee actually assigned to us and asked us to come with the draft document so that it can be reviewed and approved by the technical committee first before it goes to the Auditor General. So according to that, the focal group, which also included myself, followed the following steps in preparing the documents. Next, please. The first step that we did was we conducted a gender analysis in the OAG. We started from the documents and historical files of the OAG, which start from early 90s. And we gathered country-level information, which includes also the gender documents, which was prepared by the National Union of Eritrean Women. They have a gender policy and a gender action plan. So we also referred those kind of documents. There was also other reports prepared by the Minister of Finance, Minister of National Development, and other development partners such as the UN and everything. So we gathered all this kind of document, analyzed it, and then we interviewed officials of the National Union of Eritrean Women because we would like to understand the general understanding of when it comes to gender in Eritrea, including the definition of gender and the stance and other policy documents of the union. We tried also to refer several similar documents over the net. We were actually looking for documents which was prepared by sister SAIs, if there were, but unfortunately we couldn't find one. But then we all know that gender is not profession specific. So we decided to refer other institutions' document and customize it to fit in our condition. Next, please. And then we prepared the first draft and submitted it to the technical committee and the National Union of Eritrean Women for their review. We also shared the document to AFROSAI-E experts. In this case, we're talking about Mariana. And following the necessary review and comment, specifically, we received a detailed feedback from Mariana. And we also discussed it out among the technical committee members. And then we have some comment from the National Union of Eritrean Women. So accordingly, we amended the draft, the policy document, and we submitted it to the Auditor General for his approval. Next, please. So finally, we would like to share with you our current status when it comes to the gender implementation. The document is now approved by the Auditor General and is a standing guideline for the Office of the Auditor General. We have already started incorporating gender issues into the general corporate documents of the OAG, specifically the HR policy and processes, and including the HR strategy documents for the coming 3 years. We are also preparing fertile ground to implement for full implementation of the document in the coming 2-3 years until the year 2023. As a matter of fact, some activities are already under implementation. We have already started establishment of a daycare where our female colleagues can come with their infant kids, and we ordered some bed cribs. We have already obtained baby beds, and those kind of things have already started. Next, please. Our way forward in the coming few months, we are planning to, preferably before the end of the year, we are planning to conduct a gender awareness session for the overall staff member of the OAG. We have already discussed the necessary measures with our partners in UNDP. They are willing to support us. They have already identified the gender experts, but they said that they want to discuss it also with the National Union of Eritrean Women, and maybe they want also to include the UNFPA. So hopefully before the end of the year, we're going to conduct the general awareness session. And then during that session, we're going to roll out our documents, this policy document and gender strategy with the general staff. And during that period also, we're going to establish a gender focal group, which will be a liaison between the National Union of Eritrean Women and the Office of the Auditor General. And finally, we will start reporting in our annual activity plans or the performance report of the OAG. This was what I would like to share with you this morning. If there are any questions, we will be happy to respond. Otherwise, thank you for your kind attention in following our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. That is absolutely well done to SAI Eritrea. We are very proud of you for being the first to develop your own strategy, and really well deserved. Thank you so much. While we're waiting for some questions, maybe just a question from my side, Emmanuel. How did you go about establishing your targets for the different levels?
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough for us, but Mahari, our HR director, has already started the development. He's almost there, actually, the development of the specifically in the succession policy of the OAG and retention policy of the OAG, and in his management development programs and plans, we are already under discussion. So according to this, we are going to identify potential female colleagues who can be promoted to management level, and we will also assist and support our other female colleagues to develop themselves in a very short period of time. I hope that have answered your question, maybe?
Yes, thank you so much. I don't see any questions. I'm not sure. Is there any questions? No, not at this stage. So, Emmanuel, thank you so much again for presenting and for the wonderful work that you are doing in terms of gender equality in SAI Eritrea. And thank you for your time as well. We are sorry that you cannot join us next week, but hopefully we will see each other soon, and we can build on this wonderful initiative within your country. So, okay, so we have a few minutes left, and the last item on our agenda is I'm going to get the gender experts and I'm going to ask them a few questions. So the questions that I'm going to put to Petra and to Felix is actually questions that came from you and from the previous workshop that we didn't really have time to answer in more detail. So I hope that these experts will be able to put some light on some of these burning questions. And without further ado, let me welcome Petra and Felix, if you can put them on the screen. Hi, Petra, nice to see you again. Felix, thank you so much for joining us. So just as a quick introduction, Petra is a senior manager and the focal gender point from IDI, and she is part of the strategic support unit. And then Felix, welcome from OAG Norway. He's a senior HR advisor with lots of experience in terms of training and development, in terms of public procurement, and also a gender expert. So we are very privileged to have you both here. Petra, over to you. Maybe if you can just quickly introduce yourself a bit more and just give the audience an idea of where we've come so far in terms of gender equality with you and IDI this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana, and hello to everyone. It's really great to be here, so thank you for this invitation. Mariana, you already introduced me a little bit, but maybe what is important to stress here in my role as IDI Gender Focal Point, I was strategically managing our process to better integrate gender equality. And we decided some time ago with our current strategic plan that we wanted to put more emphasis on it. And one lesson learned, just as a very short lesson learned, is that it's quite a long journey. It doesn't happen overnight. We had and we still have to put a lot of resources into this, build capacities. But I think this is also something that everyone who starts on such a gender journey will experience. I'm happy to talk more about it, in the framework of your questions also. Over to you, Mariana.
Okay, thank you so much. Felix, I think let's start with you with the first question. Okay, to what extent do you think an organizational culture can impact an organization becoming a gender responsive organization or SAI? We did a poll quickly earlier in the session. Felix, I don't know if you saw the results there. So there's definitely an impact of the culture of an organization on how the SAI is going to move forward. So we are really looking forward to hear what you are saying on that topic. Thank you.
Yeah, morning, Mariana. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. Yes, of course, there's a cultural impact. And the most basic thing is the general appreciation of both the genders in the workplace that needs to be in place. You have given in your poll several options to what could be hindering. Each of them is relevant. All of them have to be in place in order to enforce gender equality in the workplace. In Europe, we have a tendency often to talk about regulations for gender equality in the workplace, and I think these are actually less interesting. But the most interesting thing is what you do. And from a career development and a competence or training and development point of view, I usually put emphasis on the mutual recognition of professionalism from one gender to the other. Do we really accept that men and women can do equally good work at any level in the organization? And are we ready to accept this and to allocate work tasks, exciting, complicated work tasks accordingly.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Petra, from your side, what is your perspective on culture and how that impacts, the whole issue of gender equality?
Thank you, Marianne. And, I obviously agree very much with what's been said by Felix. And I also agree that there's a huge impact. And, organizations built up on shared values, beliefs, norms, symbols. And I think all of this is influenced by gender relations. And SAIs are also a kind of micro-society, which is influenced by the larger society and context. So the gender relations and gender equality there is also very much influencing the SAI. But the good news, I think, is, SAIs are able to change their organizational culture. They can start making equality an issue in their own contexts and also lead by example, what was also said by SAI Eritrea and Emmanuel. And I think we need to enter gender and equality into the SAI visions and the culture. And here I think leadership plays a very, very important role. And also, I think an organizational mindset is very much like an iceberg, and much of it is hidden below the surface. So I think there are certain underlying assumptions that we have to look at. So, for example, sometimes we just assume that leaders have to be male, or that men and women have to act and be a certain way, or assume certain tasks in a SAI. I think we have to find out about these assumptions. Also start with ourselves, questioning our own beliefs and biases. And if we want to then make the organizational culture more visible and be more gender responsive, we have to start asking questions, such as, for example, who participates, makes decisions in meetings? When and where do we have these meetings? And is this inclusive? How do we value certain behavior and reward it? So, for example, do we reward those sitting longest in the office as compared those achieving results? This really makes a difference. And, do we allow for a flexible working environment? Who communicates and how? And also, do we discourage sexual abuse and harassment? This is a huge issue everywhere, not only in SAIs, but everywhere. And who brings the coffee, for example? I mean, I could go on with these questions, but I think the gist of it is we have to start questioning and assessing. And also what I can see from our current Global SAI stock-taking report, gender equality is not a priority for many SAIs, but we have to make it a priority if we want to lead by example, and also in our audit work. And I think this requires, as I said, SAI leadership, but also shared accountability across the whole organization, and to build readiness. I think that was also mentioned, building readiness and involve men. So far, most leaders in SAIs are men. So I think we cannot exclude them. They have to be part of this discussion.
Thank you so much.
Just to make a short
Felix?
comment, Petra
Yes,
was starting by talking about the context of the society, and I think this is really a difficult point to start out with. We are all children of our society, so to actually make observations and assessments within our own organization, what is the problem about gender equality, will always be framed by the contextual experiences we have from our own society, and it is difficult to accept that we actually have problems within our own organization, which are probably not any different from what is going on in work life in our countries, in our regions, otherwise, but to make precise observations and accept we actually have a problem that we are willing and able to address is important. So I highly recommend to do some counting as Petra was pointing out, how many people do we have in our general population in the organization? How many colleagues are there? How many are women? How many are men? Is this reflected at our management level? When we look in a classroom for in-house training, how many men, how many women are there? Does that reflect the general population? And then to decide and really go for, no, we want that to reflect the general population in our organization.
Yes.
And the other thing is the behavioral aspect. How do genders relate to each other in everyday life? Are we happy with the situation, or can we see certain problems? So this little example that Petra had, who brings the coffee, I think is quite crucial in this kind of situation. These kinds of observations are actually strong leads towards thinking about, do we have gender equality, or have we grown up with the general acceptance of that's the way it is?
Of course. Felix, thank you so much for that comment. And I think that brings me to the next question. So the next question is, there's a lot of women in the SAI and the operational levels, but on the more senior levels where decisions are being made, there's not enough women. So the question is, how can SAIs manage this situation? And, with the challenges that we're seeing in terms of recruitment, that could be also, that's the feeding ground of where we can have more women. So the question that I want to put is, how can SAIs manage this situation where women are not being represented in terms of decision making on a higher level? Petra, would you like to give that a go?
Sure. Thank you. I think we all know that we don't have good female representation at the high levels, and there may be some regional differences, and we've also seen this in our global survey and stock taking report. By the way, for example, AFROSAI has more women across the different positions, but that's usually the exception. For me, the question is, at what costs do organizations also accept gender imbalances? Because I think it's a simple fact that we have more and more women who are well educated and suitable for all kinds of positions, including higher level positions and high level positions. So, for example, in our own IDI SAI Young Leaders Initiative, for example, we have way more women than men. And yet this is a merit-based initiative with no quotas. And it shows that there are so many talented.
I think we are losing Petra at the moment. Felix, are you there?
Yes, I am. And
Okay.
I think that Petra made a very good point when she was talking about the cost. So the question is the representation of women, if we want to boost the representation of women at managerial level or at key positions, key qualified positions in our organization, will that happen at the expense of men? Well, let's be honest. Yes, it will.
Yes.
Because there are only so many positions. But then again, the point is that there are so many qualified women out there. The question should not be what is the gender, but who's the most qualified, and to really look for who is the most qualified, again, at the general population that is available. I accept the fact that this development may be a little bit slow, because if we want to recruit people to certain positions that demand either certain grades or qualifications, then we have to look back. How was the educational system? What was the output of the educational system over the recent years? Well, if there are more men who have the relevant qualification, the recruiting base of women will be smaller. But then again, maybe there are other ways to boost women by doing in-house training, trying to invite them to professional trainings that can give them the necessary qualifications to be available for these kinds of positions at either expert or managerial level.
Yes. Felix, thank you so much for picking up. Sorry, Petra, we lost you for a few seconds and I've just given over to Felix. So yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to add here is, you know, we also have to support our talented people. And you know, that also means women, you know, and there are several options for that. You know, there are mentoring or coaching possibilities. And we also have to make sure that we make our SAIs attractive for all genders. You know, making sure that there is a working environment that is attractive for women, you know, if we have a lower female representation. And often this is about work-life balance. And, you know, I think the example of Eritrea is very nice. You know, look into your possibilities. I know not everything's possible, but if there is a possibility to include issues such as unpaid care work and have childcare facilities, go for it. You know, I think it really depends on your context and what's possible. But I think what is important in each context is that you have to show that you care and you have to make gender equality an issue. You have to talk about it, you have to put it on the agenda, you have to attach importance to it. And that also means financial resources for it. I think that is also crucial to say. Things don't happen by itself. So that is important. We also have to look behind the curtain, by the way, and ask, why do we have such a low female representation? Ask those involved. We actually did that in IDI. We involved everyone and asked, why do we have, you know, less female representation in our management position? Why is there not enough diversity in certain areas? And you get so many good ideas, and people are also involved. I think you also have to involve them, because as Felix said, someone will lose to a certain extent. You know, if you recruit more women, you will recruit less men. But I think you have to talk about it and involve people so they don't feel threatened, and also look behind the curtains in terms of who's resisting and why.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we have a few minutes left, I think 2 or 3 minutes left. So just the last question that I want to put to the experts today is, in your experience, which HR practice can advance female representation most effectively? Felix, what do you think?
Well, I go back to the area of expertise that I have worked a lot on, which is training.
Yes.
As I said in the first question, mutual professional recognition is extremely important. So people have to be equally trained, they have to be equally qualified to see each other's professional qualities. And even though you work in an organization with a limited budget for training, you may want to look at how do we allocate this budget. Who is participating in trainings, and you may ask as well who is sharing the training after having participated. What you may even want to do, if you really want to put gender equality on the agenda, is to ask, okay, can we, on a steady basis or maybe for some years to come, can we prioritize women? Can we make sure that we have a larger than pro rata percentage of women participating in trainings, maybe especially at managerial level, if that is something you want to prioritize, to have a higher number of females in managerial positions. That I think is one of my main points, because it is work related. Then, of course, there are a lot of welfare actions you can take. And I think here the key is what Petra was talking about in the last question. Ask your employees what they need, and then assess which of these actions can we actually take, which may be certain healthcare actions, which may be maybe working together with a kindergarten next door, trying to provide some kindergarten spaces there. all kinds of stuff that make everyday life easier and make it easier for people to be at the office. Actually, I think in the long run that is something that both men and women would actually appreciate.
Yes.
I completely agree on this last point. I would just like to quickly reflect on what you said, and I think you were referring, for example, to quotas to boost more female representation. And I think once you mention quotas, some people are just like, "Oh, quotas! We don't support quotas." But I would say, why not if it's helpful in your context? But I think a word of warning would be here that introducing quotas and not changing perceptions, expectations, and behaviors usually doesn't work that well. So, and also, I would also warn against tokenism by just including 1 or 2 women in certain positions and not letting them have a say, you know, just to have them there and say, yeah, we have a number of women. So it's not just about quantity, it's also about the quality. And I think that relates to what Felix said in terms of how do we value each other, you know, the inputs we give, the work we do. And there are differences, you know, between genders sometimes and how they go about work and leadership and so on. But I think we have to value different approaches here.
I totally agree on your warning about quotas, which is why I was mentioning the training budget. Because you usually have an assessment, okay, who are our employees who would benefit from the training? Well, if we can agree on that there is a pool of people who all would benefit from a certain training action we're talking about, then among these employees, I don't see it really as a problem to prioritize women. Again,
I mean,
this is a slight quota,
Petra?
but yeah.
I mean, one last point on this.
Guys.
Yeah,
just
one
guys.
last point on this one in terms of, you know, raising representation. I think it's great to set targets along the line of, you know, where do we want to go, and then you have to think about the tools. Quotas is one tool. You know, there could be other tools. I think you have to think about where do I want to be in terms of representation, and then you know, start from there.
Okay, guys, I've got 2 questions before we close down that's come through on the panel here. So I'm going to ask the first question to you, Felix, to answer, please. How do you factor ethnic cultures into gender in the office environment? If you can give me like 1 minute on that one. And then we've got one more last question, Petra, I'm going to give over to you to answer. Felix, are you okay? How do you factor ethnic cultures into gender? Yeah.
Ethnic cultures into gender?
Yes.
Yes. From my Western European perspective, we have to take into account that I have a Western European
yes, of
perspective.
Course.
Is that these are really two sides of the same problem. Do we have a healthy awareness of certain groups that need support in the workplace, and to be able to both work for gender equality and integration of people with different ethnic backgrounds. Again, it is important to have a culture where we accept all kinds of people and where we ask the right questions. Do we treat people equally? And,
yes.
and what are the impediments towards equal treatment of all employees? And what could or should we do for them to really to not favor any particular group, but to create equal opportunity for all?
Okay, Felix, thank you so much. We've run out of time. we've got another session in 1 minute, and so I just want to thank both of you. There's so much more that we would like to discuss. There's so much more questions coming through, which I will put through to you guys to answer for us, and we can send it back to the participants. So I just want to thank everybody for today's session and their participation. And I actually want to leave with Graham's 7 steps. You know, one of the 7 steps of change resilient mindset is really to embrace diversity. And I think that is our main effort in terms of gender equality and gender responsive SAIs in our region. So I want to thank everybody for their participation today. Thank you, Petra. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Emmanuel. And everybody here in the studio and in the regions. It was very nice having you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana.
Good day. My name is Edmond Shoko, and welcome to the PFM on the Couch at AFROSAI-E. Today is a very special reporting that we're making to you. We are live here at the AFROSAI-E studios, together with all of you who have gathered in your masses, your love and your passion for the work that we're doing for Supreme Audit Institutions, as we sharpen each other's minds and question each other on the next best way forward through this 2021 technical update at AFROSAI-E. Well, today on the couch, I'm being joined by a very good colleague of ours. His name is Richard Papu. And Richard is the new SDG man at AFROSAI-E. He's already been introduced, so he doesn't need further introduction from me. Richard, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? And I'm so happy to be here.
No, you're welcome, Richard.
On your couch, I mean.
You're welcome, Richard. I mean, the couch is a place for everyone who has something to share and something to show. So today, we're going to be taking you through the rounds.
Great.
And I hope you're in good shape for that.
We're here to serve, man.
Excellent. Look, this is a good thing about the couch being live today. You're also going to get a chance to participate. So I know that you've already been typing some of your questions, you've been responding and participating the best way that you can. Today we're live, so in as much as I'm throwing punches at Richard, technical punches on Richard, intellectual punches at Richard. I'm also expecting the same from you. Don't shy back, don't pull back. This is also your time. The PFM on the couch is for everybody.
Great.
Richard,
Yeah.
may I ask my first question for today? We're talking about SDGs. And I mean, Mariana and the team that just came before us had a wonderful discourse on the question of gender. But look, from your own professional perspective, do SAIs really have a role to play? Or it's something that's just really going to morph and follow some natural trajectory without necessarily having to put much effort?
Well, thank you so much for this question, Ed. You know, if it comes to roles in SDGs, it doesn't just end with the SAIs. Everybody has a role to play. And if you carefully watch the system these days, if you're hungry, it's SDGs. If you need water to drink, it's SDGs. Sometimes if you want to get married, it's even SDGs. SDGs have become the conversation that everybody has. But on the specifics of SAIs, you know, with a little background, in 2015, all United Nations states, the member states, signed onto these SDGs. And when they signed on, as long as SAIs derive their mandates from their member countries, they have automatically signed on their SAIs onto helping them achieve this mandate.
Now, look, you speak big, Richard, but I mean, let's face it, you're the new SDG man at AFROSAI-E.
Yeah.
What's your plan?
Plans. Do I have plans? Absolutely. I do have plans. But you see, AFROSAI-E exists because the SAIs exist.
Okay.
So my plans are the SAIs plans. What do the SAIs expect from us? When it comes to SDGs, what are the SAIs looking forward to? What do they want us to do for them? That is on one side. On the second side, my role basically is to help focus the Secretariat's attention on these SDGs, and we call them the agendas. You know, we can break them into the agenda, the Agenda 2030, that's the SDG, and then we can look at the Agenda 2063, that's the African agenda. But all of these have a certain converging point. They all seek to bring us to the same level. So plans, yes, I do have plans. Basically dependent on what the SAIs want. Secondly, we're looking at focusing the Secretariat's attention on issues. So we are looking at interventions that are not anymore going to be general. We're not looking at general cross-cutting interventions anymore. When the SAIs tell us the expectation, we design custom-made interventions for them. We design interventions that are looking at the risk they face, either in their size or in the sub-regions that they are, so that these are focused on helping our government solve the problem.
Excellent. Can I do you a favor then?
You can.
Let me do you a favor, Richard. Look, the SAIs are here. You are saying that whatever action you're going to take, of course, under the banner of AFROSAI-E, is going to be driven squarely and solely by the aspirations and the determination that is being articulated by the SAIs. So why don't we have a poll and ask them right now, point blank? We don't have to go far.
Let's go for it.
Can we have a poll running so that we also get the SAIs to participate and tell us what they think about this question on SDGs?
Great.
Luke Flock,
Let's go.
we go for it. Wow, there we go. There we go. Yes, they do have a mandate that allows them. That's about 88%. So that means that SAI now actually have a constitutional duty to respond to the question of SDGs.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Talk to me, Richard. I mean, what are you saying there?
I mean, the response from the polls, it confirms the professional view I shared from the beginning, that look, SDGs are for everybody. Every individual has a role to play. And once your country has signed on to the SDGs, then a certain mandate, a certain role has been placed on you. And I think the SAIs actually agree. They're saying 80% of them are saying they do have the mandate. And they understand the mandate, therefore they have a role to play with SDGs.
Look, I'm quite surprised. There's actually, what can I say, a cohort that believes that there's no mandate for them to follow. How accurate can that be? How realistic is that there's a mandate that stops supreme institutions from playing a role in this? What's your thinking about that?
It's possible. I mean, these are polls that were taken from a large group of people. So it's possible these are people who may or may not know that they have a mandate. Those who are sure they don't have a mandate, it could also be from the political side of their SAIs. The SAIs may not have joined the United Nations, or they may not belong to any of these groups. So therefore, they have no obligation towards the SDGs. Yeah, so that could answer. But the interesting part for me is the we don't know. The we don't know group. You know, I don't know.
Well, look, capacity building is also has a lot to do with awareness.
Great.
Maybe it's a question of awareness as you're coming up with your programs for AFROSAI-E going forward. The issue of awareness, how do we make SAIs aware that they do have a mandate to pursue these issues on SDGs going forward becomes very important.
Yeah.
But Richard, I want to take you to the next line of thinking. Look, we're all clear that something has to happen, but what is it that has to happen? How can SAIs contribute?
Well, I thought I saw that question coming. Now, SAIs...
Well, you have it now.
Well, you see, SAIs can contribute, for me, in two distinct ways. All right? SAIs can contribute directly or indirectly, and I explain them. Now, directly is by leading the way. SAIs can lead in what they do in achieving or helping achieve some of the SDGs. And these are mainly the internal structures, the internal systems they have. The indirectly is when they conduct audits. It could be individual audits, it could be cooperative audits, it could be joint audits on the SDGs that contribute wholly towards achieving them. But let me take you through the direct route, what they should do internally. Mariana and her group that just left have spoken enormously about gender responsiveness and what SAIs can do to ensure that they are gender responsive. But you see, there's this simple principle. You cannot give what you don't have. You cannot give what you don't have. The SAIs, leading by example, should have something to offer. Let's take SDG 16, for example. That is on strong institutions and transparent institutions. How many of our SAIs allow themselves to be audited? How many of our SAIs are reporting on what they do? There is this integrated annual reporting. How many of them really do that?
Wow.
So does the general public know what you do? Do they believe you're transparent enough? If you're doing this and everybody sees what you do, you're open, an open book to everybody. You're transparent.
Look, Richard, you take me back to a time when I was younger. We used to have a box which would play music. We used to call it a radio. And there was this artist who used to sing a lot. His name was Michael Jackson. And he used to sing about looking at the man in the mirror. Is this the case of SAIs having to look at themselves first before they go and look outside and start commenting on the question of SDGs?
It is a case of SAIs looking at themselves. And honestly, this should have been done long ago. From 2015, we've done about 6 years of the SDGs.
True.
SAIs should have looked at themselves and by this time be comfortable that we are leading. and then we can go out and look at the rest. But it's never too late. We can still look at ourselves and go out. And I only give you one example.
Wow.
That was SDG 16.
Yeah, sure.
There was an audit on management of healthcare waste. I don't want to mention the SAIs name, but
Why don't you want to mention it? It's published, right?
well, it's published, but
Yeah,
let's just share the content first.
Okay, that's fine.
You see, what the SAI was saying was that the hospitals or the health facilities were mixing infectious and non-infectious waste in one bin, and therefore putting everybody at risk of infection. That was a great report, beautiful recommendations. But the next question I was asking was, how does the SAI itself treat its waste? Do they mix paper with organic? Do they mix everything? Glass, paper, organic? Are we considerate to the guy who comes to pick the trash? There's glass in there. There's paper in there. There's organic waste in there. So really, SAIs need to take the lead internally, look at themselves in the mirror like you mentioned.
Wow.
And then we can go out and look at the other ones. You know, I mean, you're the host for now, but I'm sure I can ask you a question.
Yeah, go right ahead, Richard. I mean, we're here, we're having a discussion.
Absolutely.
We're discussing, so yeah.
See, you've been doing some good work with the PFM, RF
Yeah.
too.
PFM, RF, yeah.
Yes. And it also has a certain basis around the SDGs.
True.
What can you tell us? What have you found so far with that area?
Well, that's a good question, Richard, and I like it. And thank you so much for raising it. And I'm sure other people also have a similar question somewhere out there. Look, it's not just about talking about PFM on the couch, what's happening on the couch. There is a lot that is happening on the ground as far as audits are concerned. Okay. We came up with a tool which we know very well now that it has the agility to audit the PFM system preparedness as far as efficiency and effectiveness is concerned to deliver on SDG programs. Now, as far as the PFM tool is concerned, I'm happy to say, Richard, that we've moved from the point whereby we're talking about what the PFM tool can do. We're now talking more about what the PFM tool is doing.
Good.
And from it, we've already picked up some risk areas, transversal risks areas. This is one of the projects that we're looking at this year to come up with the first transversal risk report on PFM systems within our region.
Wow.
You know, and from the preliminary results that I have, if I can share, I mean, already we've seen that within the PFM systems of the countries that have already used the tool and are getting fed intelligence from the tool, it shows that there are two levels where it's transversally risky. The first one is on macro policy, fiscal policy, and strategic budgeting. That process of the PFM system seems to be a risky area. That's where things are falling apart. And also another area where the SIMs are pulling off is on accounting, reporting, and oversight.
Okay.
So as far as the PFM systems are concerned, we have two areas that are clearly very risky from a transversal perspective. And institutions also, the tool is able to look at institutions. We've picked up that the Revenue Authority and Parliament, those are the institutions that are seemingly transversally risky as far as their contribution to assisting countries in meeting their SDG agendas and goals going forward.
Great.
Look, we've gone further than just to pinpoint where the risk is. We also looked at some of the root causes of the problems. And two clear root causes are coming out, Richard. The issue of communication and stakeholder engagement, and also the question of policy and legal framework. Some of our laws are still a little bit outdated, or they don't have enough dexterity to assist governments in meeting some of these SDG goals and obligations. Now, that's what we're picking up. And look, the report is going to be coming up in 2021, and I hope the people are prepared to get a taste of it and also get to understand the landscape that we're moving through. But I hope I satisfy your question.
No, I mean, it's good. I mean, we're looking at the indirect ways by which SAIs could support this SDG agenda or this sustainability agenda. But having listened to what you said, I mean, the whole ideas that we're talking about the SAIs. And the SAIs are here, aren't they?
They
are here.
In their full force.
In their full force.
Yeah.
So why not? Let's ask them.
Should we have a poll then?
We can have a poll. Let's
on
ask
the way
SAIs
forward. Yeah, why not?
what they have been doing.
What have you been up to, Supreme Audit Institutions?
Yes.
Clear winners.
Good.
Okay.
Poor results.
I mean, everybody can see these results, right? Okay, they say you all can see them. Yeah. On number one, quite a number have conducted, Richard.
Yeah.
But the question is, what is it they've conducted? Or in which methods have they used? You want to talk to that? Performance audit. What's going on?
You see, if you take a good look at the polls and the question is if you've conducted audits in the SDGs, and it's related actually to the methodology you've used. I just want to make a certain distinction.
Go for it.
All right. Now, there is an audit of SDGs using a methodology.
Okay.
And there is an SDG audit. All right?
Okay.
So I'm believing a lot of what we have done is to do audits or performance audits of SDGs or compliance audits of SDGs. But the idea has developed a methodology that audits SDGs. If you carefully look at it, it looks at it, it's a mixture of everything. If you're doing it in compliance, you can actually fall on it. If you're doing performance, you can fall on this. It's a methodology specially designed for the audit of SDGs. And we would be sharing the link with our member countries very soon on this one. But look, the results are clear. Members have conducted audits on SDGs. Because like I mentioned earlier, everything we do these days is SDG.
True.
If you eat, it's SDG. If you drink water, it's SDG. They have done audits on SDGs.
Now, Richard, I do have a problem with this issue of just approaching SDGs as just SDGs. Look, let's default back to how auditors are supposed to perform their audits.
Great.
We're supposed to have a risk-based approach to this. I get worried. What is informing the exact SDG to look at? I don't want us to be pushed by optics. You know, it's easy for us to simply say, look, let's focus on hunger. But is it really the SDG that we need to look at? It's easy for us to talk about gender from dusk till dawn.
Yeah.
But is it really where we should be focusing on? I mean, I was just looking at the information that Mariana was giving us, the infographics that she was giving us on gender.
Yeah.
It seems a lot is happening.
There is.
A lot is happening. I mean,
There
you're
is.
seeing them, they're hitting the 70s, they're hitting the 80s, as far as the bars we're saying. But shouldn't we have a risk-based approach whereby we say there are these SDGs that are at risk of either not being met or whatever it is, Richard? I mean, what say you?
Well, I mean, you hit the nail right on the head, you know. And I have to say this for the first time to our SAIs. The AFROSAI-E Secretariat has not just been sitting and looking at the SDGs. There's a product that is being developed currently. And we call it the SDG Prioritization Document or Matrix. So what this product seeks to do is to assess the status of implementation of the SDGs, and it's a living document. So at every point we need to do an update of it. But it assesses the status of implementation and the trend of data that has led to that implementation.
Okay.
And we've been doing this with some members of our community. We have 3 people. We have 3 people, one from SAI Malawi,
Okay.
one from SAI Kenya, and the other from SAI Ghana.
All right.
Yes, I'll be introducing them to speak very soon to this. But I just want to show our community just a sample of what we've been doing and how it's going to come out, as long as the risk is concerned. So we can throw in the slides. Great. So this is a sample. So we sampled 8 SDGs. SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and 13. And I'm sorry, we prepared it as if everybody should understand it. But SDG 1 is our poverty, ending poverty.
Okay.
SDG 2 talks about eliminating hunger. SDG 3 has access to health care. SDG 4 looks at education, inequalities in education. 5 is gender. 6 is water and sanitation. 11 looks at sustainable cities, and 13 looks at climate. And it's actually important we chose climate because we're just coming out of the Conference of Parties, the United Nations COP, coming out on climate. Yeah. Now, if you look at this graph, and we have 5 demarcations. In terms of status, you are either having major challenges, you have significant challenges, your challenges have remained over the period, there's no data, or you have actually achieved the SDGs.
Wow.
But let me also put in a quick disclaimer. This is not 100% of the indicators. So there are targets and the indicators. So this is just about 70% of indicators, giving us this information. Like I mentioned, it's work in progress.
Okay.
Interesting colors to look out for. Sorry, you want to say something?
Yeah, I do want to say something, Richard.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you've just blown this report on us. Very interesting. Look, I'm a numbers man myself, and the numbers are already telling a story, and one of the stories is not making sense, Richard. Look at SDG 13 versus SDG 1.
Great.
SDG 13 has been achieved, and that's on the environment, right?
That's on climate.
Oh,
Yes.
that's on climate, sorry.
Yeah.
And then when we're looking at SDG 1, that one is talking to hunger. And this is Africa. We're saying we're fine with matters of climate and so forth, but yet we're still hungry. Most of our countries are agro-based, and we have noticed that with climate change, the rain season is not coming as well as it used to. It's not long enough. It's too short in some cases, and sometimes there's no rain at all.
Great.
In South Africa, we've been having drought. Last year, I think, we had a bit of drought.
Yeah.
Our cattle are dying, and yet we're saying all is fine from a climate perspective. The problem is we're just hungry. Can you reconcile that for me? I mean,
yeah, I mean it's reconcilable, but you look. Let's look at the data as it's public data, and we are taking this from the Common Country Analysis of the United Nations. They have a document like that. We have also picked some information from the voluntary country reports as submitted by the various countries. But look, the reconciliation is this. SDG 2 actually talks about eliminating hunger. And if you look at it, about 25 of our countries have major challenges in eliminating hunger. That's what the table says. We want to eliminate hunger. We have major challenges. But on the other hand, we are saying we are doing very well with climate. Is it about the methods of measuring climate? Is it about the emissions? If it's about emissions, obviously, Africa will fly high. We don't emit that much. So then this could make sense on one hand. But on the other hand, climate is influenced by several factors. The agro-based economy you spoke about. So people have to cut down trees to make food. People have to cut down trees. And once you're cutting down the trees, you're changing the microenvironment.
True.
So obviously your rains are not coming. Once you're going into desert status, you're cutting down on evaporation. And it's worth noting, look, all the water we have on Earth is the water we have on Earth. Water doesn't come from anywhere. It simply evaporates, forms clouds, and comes back to us.
Look, Richard, I should have known. All the water we have from Earth comes from Earth. But look, there's a question there which I want you to respond to.
Please do
someone
that.
is asking, what's the difference between major challenges and significant challenges?
Good. So now, the documents we are dealing with, major challenges are, so they have a certain grading system that gives. So for your major challenges, they're looking at issues of funding, they're looking at issues of implementation. And the grading system says that anybody who scores between, say, it's a 1 to 10 system. If you score from 1 to, say, 8, that is major.
All right.
If you score from 1 to 6, it's significant. It means there's something we can find a way of helping. The major challenges mean, look, you have a problem that you have no idea how to solve.
All right.
You have no idea how to solve.
All right. You've convinced me just a bit, but let me hear from your crew, because you're not working alone, right?
Yes, I'm not alone, but
Okay, bring them on.
Maybe let me just throw up the other trends.
No, you've got another trend.
Quickly, yes.
Okay, fine.
So on the next slide, no, this is simply on the status as at 2020.
All right.
So if you move on to the trends, you realize that the trends look a bit different. Now, the trends were looked at from 2017 to 2020. So it is information that's carried over 3 years. Now take a look at SDG 1, poverty, that we spoke about. What does the data say? Major colors to look at: red, blue.
Red and blue.
Red and blue.
Decreasing or stagnating?
Or stagnating.
All right.
Look at SDG 1. Majority of our member SAIs are decreasing with their efforts at eliminating hunger. So it explains why they have major challenges. Majority of our SAIs, again, on the second level,
No, you want to say majority of our African countries, right?
I mean, of our countries.
Okay,
these are side business. I'm sorry. I'm just taking it too high.
It's fine.
Yeah. So if you put the two together, SDG 1, if you put the red and the blue, now that forms more than 90%
All right.
of our member countries. And they are simply decreasing with their efforts, or they're stagnating. They're at one place. And that is worrying.
Richard, so this is where we should be.
This is where we should be. And you know, this is coming up because we mentioned the issue of risk.
Yes. Where should we focus? Where should we throw in our...
So you don't just look at an SDG because, like you said, we don't want to look at the objects, the pictures. We want to find some basis to look at them. So if all the SDGs were what we have on the screen currently, can we just go to the next slide, please?
Wow.
So this is a comparison of the status and the trend. If these were all the SDGs we had, our biggest problems, if we were to rate them, it's going to be SDG 2.
Hunger.
SDG 1. And then any other that you think is a problem. I just want to leave it to our participants to take a look at them.
Yeah.
Your status is you have a major challenge and you're decreasing or you're stagnating in your progress. So this now becomes a reason, a risk you've identified to go on and look at this.
Wow.
But I mean, this is ongoing work. And like you mentioned, we've been working with those guys I mentioned. Maybe let me just bring them in so they tell the world what they've been doing.
Bring them on.
So we broke them into 3 subgroups.
Okay.
One looks at the West African sub-region, and that's AFROSAI from Ghana.
All right.
The other is looking at the eastern part, and that's Jack Onyango from Kenya. And then we have Carol Bulani from Malawi. She looks at there. So maybe we can start from West Africa and then run down towards the south. So if Akins is around, maybe he could just share a bit of what he's been doing with the rest of the world.
Brilliant.
Akins.
Okay, I hear him not. We can't hear you, Akins. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So good morning and good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Akins, go ahead. In about some 2 to 3 minutes, you could just quickly tell us what you've been doing. Tell the world.
Are we losing him?
We're losing Akins.
Okay, maybe we can have someone else.
Yeah, maybe.
Whilst he prepares.
Let's maybe we can move on to the next person. Jack or Carol. Any of you can take it up. Jack or Carol. Any of you? Anybody ready? Yeah, Jack is ready.
Good
Jack, you can take it up. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So good
Great.
afternoon. Thank you, Ed and Richard, for the insights that you have just shared to us. So as you have just mentioned, I'm briefly looking at the eastern side of Africa, and just to give an elaboration on the SDG performance of Eastern Africa, and I will be heavily guided by the UN SDG reporting indexes. So my area of interest was Eastern Africa, around 9 countries: Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and Somalia. So the first thing that, because the time is not a lot, I just went to their overall index ranking. Out of the 165 countries that have been ranked by the UN, how are we performing? And on the other side, to do with our index score. So when I talk of the index score, it simply means the overall score measures a country's total progress towards achieving all the 17 SDGs. The score can be interpreted as a percentage of the SDG achievement. So a score of 100 indicates that all SDGs have been achieved. So on average, when I was just looking at the 9 countries in Eastern Africa, our average index score is at 52.01. The lowest is South Sudan at 38.9, with Kenya being the highest in the region at around 60.6. So we can just look at what is the status out of the 17 SDGs for the 9 Eastern Africa countries. So what we see is that we still face major challenges. I think you have all seen what Richard has shared in terms of the metrics that are color-coded. So within Africa, out of the 17 SDGs, we are facing major challenges in 9 out of the 17 SDGs. So of course, by major challenges, we mean the SDGs whose indicator targets are still way below the desired levels as defined by the metrics. So just briefly, I would say, and it actually mirrors to what Richard has said. SDG 1 on ending poverty, SDG 2 on ending hunger, SDG 3 on ensuring healthy lives, gender equality, SDG 5, 6 on water and sanitation, 10 on reduced inequalities, 11 on sustainable cities and communities, SDG 15 on land, life on land, and SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. So these remain red alerts on the UN SDG dashboard index. If we just interrogate the data further, when you look at SDG 10 and 11, SDG 10 is on reduced inequalities, and SDG 11 is on sustainable cities and communities. These have the worst performance of all the 9 countries. And this is mostly because they are highly intertwined SDGs that are mostly dependent on the issue of poverty, hunger, healthy lives, water. So they all bring about the difficulties in SDGs 10 and 11: inequality, and sustainable cities and communities. So in terms of an area of focus, when we go to what SAIs can do, these two SDGs will also be of a lot of importance. So on the overall, of course, not all news is gloomy. Of the 9 SDGs that are facing major challenges, at least 4 of them are on an improving trend. This is to do with SDG 3, health and well-being, SDG 4 on quality education, SDG 7 on sustainable energy, and SDG 12 on consumption and production. As much as we have major challenges with this, but their trend is fairly positive. At least 5 out of the 8 Eastern African countries are putting in quite a lot of in terms of resources towards improving these SDGs. So we're just to look at possible risk and areas of SAI interest, so in the interest of time. So what I will say is that the 9 SDGs that we have identified are facing major challenges. These are what should inform member SAIs of the need to heighten more scrutiny in their audit work. As most of the countries, as you have said already, perform risk-based financial and compliance audits, it is then incumbent for them to give more weight to these SDGs. Custom measures for risk ranking should incorporate these SDGs, and in SAIs where metrics maybe are assigned when identifying risk of clients to audit, these SDGs should then be given a higher score. Once you give these SDGs a higher score in terms of risk ranking, it means it will transcend to the type of resources you'll put into the audit. So, and resources here, we are talking about priority, we are talking about time, we are talking about budget, we are talking about the aspect of review and monitoring, that this should be highly strengthened within these 9 SDGs that have been identified as possible risk areas. Of course, as we have said earlier, SDGs 10 and 11 on reduced inequalities and sustainable cities and communities are highly dependent on the first SDGs, especially SDGs 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So I think from just the analysis, then this should be a focus of performance audits in an attempt to measure the impact of some of these interventions that they have on citizens. Because when you're not doing something like your health correctly, of course, when you now come to inequalities, then you will find that those of us who are not able maybe to access universal health coverage really suffer. So to address SDG 10 and 11, the first SDGs 1, 2, 3 really have to be looked at in depth. Another issue to note, which you have also highlighted between the two of you, is that we are all scoring very highly on climate action, with the SDG either achieved or on track to being achieved. But as Richard has also rightly pointed out, that when you go to SDG 15, which is life on land, which is about protecting ecosystems, forests, limiting land degradation and deforestation, we are performing badly. So which is sort of an oxymoron, as you have said, because the metrics for SDG 13 are scoring highly, but we are having a problem with SDG 15. So I think it's important that once again, this part should be an area of a lot of compliance and performance audits, so as to monitor where is this disparity coming from. Just as a way of finishing, I would say there's this aspect also that in the implementation of the SDGs, the countries have integrated national plans and formed these focal offices that are responsible for the monitoring and the implementation and status of the SDGs. So a key challenge that we are seeing arise here, as I was observing the Eastern Africa countries, is that even from the SDG performance reports that the UN has given, we have we have data gaps. We have areas that are not being reported on. So there are gaps in reporting within East Africa in at least 7 SDGs out of the 17. So again, this is another place where SAIs can come in, because what we believe is that these focal offices are probably being capacitated. They're being given resources to try and do the monitoring and tracking of how the SDGs are going on. So in terms of audits, we should also focus on these offices that have been given the power or this responsibility of doing the monitoring and their supervisory role. So in summary, if I might just stop it at there, because I think time is a bit gone, is that the performance of the region on the SDGs is a bit average, with major challenges remaining. So SAIs should pay more consideration to entities in their countries that play a role in achieving SDGs 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 10, 11, 15, and 16. So thank you all, and I yield back the floor to Richard and Ed.
Sure.
Wow. Look, thank you so much, Jack. You know what? I do have a question for him, but I'm suspecting that that question could just be an overall question which all of them can answer.
All of them can answer. So maybe let's listen to the others, and then we can throw that question in. If Carol is ready, Carol, we could briefly hear from you as well.
Thank you very much, Ed and Richard, as well as Jack. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think Jack has covered it all. with the southern region, with the Southern African SAIs, it's nothing different from what Jack has presented, which is almost similar from the Eastern region. So from the analysis that I was making, I established that most of the SAIs in the southern region, the Southern African region, are actually having common challenges, which are critical in terms of ending poverty, hunger, the sustainable energy issues, industrialization issues, and the like. So in most of the SDGs, we are having challenges. And in terms of the trend, we see that despite having those challenges on the status, but most of these countries are actually improving moderately on the efforts to try to implement their goals and targets in these areas. Suffice to say that the project that we are conducting is actually helping us to map around whether the member countries have actually prioritized the implementation of the SDGs through including them in their national development plans. At the same time, we're also looking at the current state of implementation in terms of resourcing. How much resources have they allocated towards the implementation of the various SDG goals? And then the execution, to what extent are they meeting the key performance indicators that have been set in their national development plans, as well as the strategic plans, the policies that they have in place? And we're also looking at the extent to which they're being monitored. Does the countries have the institutional arrangements to monitor? Is there availability of data to monitor? So we are actually substantiating the presentation that Richard made to ensure that are there any improvements? These improvements being supported by evidence that is on the ground. So this project is actually covering quite a number of things. I just wanted to add those few remarks from what Jack has actually presented. That's the situation in the Southern African countries. Thank you, Jack. And thank you, Ed. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, colleagues.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can Aikens redeem himself?
Aikens. Is Aikens on?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I'm having a challenge with my network here.
Okay,
but
that's
can
fine.
you hear me?
We can hear you. We can do without the data, without the picture.
Okay, thank you. But I was able to listen to my other two colleagues their presentation, and I think once we are in Africa, we are in the same soup. With respect to West Africa, I think our situation is dire or worse if I should compare it to other sub-regions. And with the onset of nowadays coup d'etat, you and I should be worried as to whether there will be any progress going forward in those countries where military takeover is now becoming a norm. Yes, with West Africa, when you look at the data or the available reports, with the color coding that I examined, I realized that when it comes to the status of implementation of the SDGs, the dominant color, which represents major challenges, it's pervasive. It cuts across all countries, including my own country, Ghana. And so the point is, the SDGs are targets that countries are supposed to meet by the year 2030, started from 2015. And when I was going through that of West Africa, West Africa, we have 17 countries forming the West African sub-region. But here we have only data or information on only 5. So my point was, what about the other 15? What information? Because statistically, you realize that 5 out of 17 is what we are reporting on. And the data is not giving us a good picture at all. And as I said earlier on, it is about targets that these countries are supposed to meet. And how would we measure their performance in respect of achieving those targets? And we can only do that when there's data available. And the data will give us the trend. Trend is analyzing the performance of a variable over a period. So from 2015 to 2021 that we found ourselves in, how has these countries performed in respect of achieving the SDGs? Data is not available. Paco mentioned something earlier on. When it comes to climate, they said for West Africa, the available information shows that we are at on track of achieving the SDG when it comes to climate. But I can point one example. When it comes to Sierra Leone, they said they have achieved, when it comes to climate, on track of achieving. But the same Sierra Leone, we are being told that there's no data on climate. So on what basis was that conclusion reached that they are on track of achieving the climate goal? And then one other thing, the trend is also not palatable. I must say, when you look at the trend, it is telling us the dominant color is the orange or something, which is indicating that we are stagnating. But what can we, the SAIs, do? Because per our mandate, we are supposed to audit what government has used our resources for. The implementation of these SDGs involve both material, human, time, and financial resources. And now we are being told that we are not making progress. But meanwhile, in the VNR report that I have gone through, it shows that government, they have indicated in their report that they are pumping resources into achieving these SDGs. But the trend analysis is also telling us that there is no progress being made. So as a SAI, the question is why? That is where we must go in and find out why, even though resources are being pumped into the SDGs, we are not getting the desired results. So just as my friends have said, these are risk areas that even Ed mentioned, that should we adopt the risk-based approach to identify the risk that is militating against the achievement of the SDGs, that even though these countries are pumping resources into it, but still we are not getting the desired results. So I think it is a good area that our SAIs can take the initiative to help our countries, because we have only 9 years left. I don't know whether they will extend the date. And I don't know, we have only 9 years more. And if after 6 years, we are not making any progress, I wonder what magic our countries, our member countries can do to achieve the SDGs by 2030. So as SAIs, we have to double up, make inputs, take the lead, and then make our government sit up and then do something fast to help us all to achieve the SDGs, if not all, at least majority of them should be achieved. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Great. Well, look at that. Carol, Aikens, Jack, thank you so much for your delivery. And I mean, I thank you, Papu, for bringing them on board and all the various matter that they share. Now, I'm thinking even the question that I have, maybe I should just throw it to everybody. I mean, you do mention this issue that SDGs are pretty much related and intertwined in a way. Yeah. So my question really is, should we be approaching them from a fragmented perspective, or should we consolidate? What's the way forward? Maybe if we run a poll and find out what people think. You can also vote. Jake, Carol, and Aikens, you can also vote. Can we have a poll on this matter?
I think we can.
Okay.
Speak a poll on this.
Yes. Yes.
There's the poll, folks. What do you think? Whoa. Very tight. Very tight. Extremely tight. Before we discuss this, yeah, let's keep them on. Let's keep them on. People should really absorb them. Let's keep them on. But I'm picking up two things. Thank you so much, Siri. You've shared quite some very good information that I think the SAIs will find very useful. Do you mind, Siri, copying that information and putting it on the main chat so that people can see it, read it, and understand it from their end? And I noticed you also put a link to the ISAM. Yeah, very useful tools.
Series with IDI.
Series with IDI.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Siri from IDI, for supporting this discussion today. But right now, where you've put your matter, where you've put your ideas, only Richard and I can see. But we feel your ideas are so good they should be seen by the rest of the world. So please just cut, copy, paste, and put them onto the main chat for people to take them on. As for you, Richard, what say you to this poll?
It's quite a tight poll, I must say. I mean, the majority ranking here is on the program and the goal levels. You know what our member SAIs are thinking, the approach to SDGs. Now, if you look at SDGs from the goal level, there's a bit of a catch there. You know, the goal has several targets and several indicators. Now, it's possible an SDG could be performing well at the goal level because 90% of the targets or the indicators are going well. But there's this one indicator, one target that might have the biggest impact but might not go well. You know, these have to do with numbers and statistics and turning them around.
Talk to me.
I'd look at the indicator level. Those are more measurable things. So if you're looking at the audit in terms of a compliance level, you could be looking at the indicators.
Okay.
Now the indicators are more measurable. There are things we can actually have data for. We can measure them in details and work on them. If you're looking at it in a performance perspective, then you're looking at impact. So we say end hunger. Performance wants to see what have we done to end hunger. We don't necessarily go to the indicators, but we question how we can end hunger. So I mean, the answers are clear. The thinking of the SAIs. I think I like how they're going. This actually informs us on how we can custom make interventions for them, on how they are going. It's quite interesting, I must say.
Now, look, Richard, I am aware that you're working on a product which we're expecting to see sometime next year, which is going to incorporate some of the ideas that you guys have been sharing today with your colleagues, Akins, Carol, and Jack. I know you've called me in some of your meetings on several times, and really we've discussed and we've debated quite a lot. And I'm very happy to be seeing how far you guys have gone, and fully supportive, of course, of all these actions that are coming forward, because we really do need, what can I say, a very clear way forward for Supreme Audit institutions to do more in a well-coordinated and well-framed way. But I mean, I have to let you go now. The producer is no longer smiling.
Yeah.
She's wearing a mask, but I know she's not smiling. Bernardine, are you smiling? She pretends to be smiling.
I think we've gone past lunchtime.
Can I give you a chance to say goodbye and give a parting shot before I can conclude on this matter for today?
Of course. Let me just use a minute to say this. Look, AFROSAI-E exists because you are. And whatever we do in AFROSAI-E is based on what your expectations are. Get to us. Talk to us. Contact us. Tell us your issues. And I keep having this mantra. We are AFROSAI-E, and we are ready and always happy to help. I think that's how I'm going to conclude this.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was Richard Papu. He's our main man at AFROSAI-E when it comes to environmental audits. He's going to be championing the question of SDGs going forward. Very important question. No doubt about it. Look, I just want to thank you all for taking part today in the PFM on the couch at AFROSAI-E. This is where we discuss some of the most emerging issues in audit to say how can SAIs take them on and ensure that they are performing audits which are value-adding in line with ESAI 12 on having an institution such as a Supreme Audit Institution which is of value and benefits to them. Now look, just to close you off, a couple of promises that we have to make going forward. Yes, Richard has been talking about a document which they've been working with the colleagues. I also mentioned a document that we also been working on risk, transversal risks using the PFM tool. So what we're going to do, the expectation is we're going to have a report, or rather this document, which is going to encapsulate the issues of transversal risks within our PFM systems from the countries that have used the PFM tool. Over and above, and we're also going to put in the heat map that Richard and his friends have been working on, so that we have one complete book which truly talks about the risks within our PFM systems and how those risks can be commandeered by Supreme Audit institutions through the performance of audits which are value-adding and are going to contribute indirectly to the answering of the question of SDGs in Africa. My name is Edmund Shoko. This is the PFM on the couch, and until we meet again, thank you. A very good afternoon and good morning to you colleagues that are watching us from wherever you are. Welcome to this afternoon session where we begin to discuss some pertinent issues pertaining to our performance audit challenges in the region. You will notice that from the program this afternoon, we will have Mariana joining us. We will also have Sharon from the CAF in Canada as well, making part of our panelists this afternoon. And the idea really is to discuss certain things that we know we do share within our performance audit forum, but maybe this has never been brought up or elevated to where we can all start having this conversation. And this is related to the issues of the multidisciplinary staff that our SAIs employ, and how these people are expected to progress within the SAI environment. Hopefully we can all make it as interactive as it has been intended, and that you shall all be able to, go back home thinking and contemplating about this big issue that I think has taken a backstage for some time now. I'm hoping that Mariana, you're somewhere with us, and that Sharon is also with us. Maybe before we go on, good afternoon, Sharon, are you there?
Yes, yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Great. And there's Mariana, who was also here with you in the morning. So yeah, clearly we are with you and you are with us as well. Okay, so maybe to kickstart it, I'll just need to trigger some thinking behind the entire topic of the day. As we have already said it, the career path for performance auditors is what we need to discuss for this particular session. During the session, we hope that we can discuss issues about elevating multidisciplinary performance audit career path, retention and career progression for non-accountant performance audit staff, and also discussion about certification programs and the career path. We shall see how, for example, the SAI of Mozambique has been dealing with this particular issue, and Mariana will be on standby to share those experiences from the SAI of Mozambique within our membership. Okay. Now, to kickstart this debate or this discussion, we need to go back to understand what, for example, our ESI 1 says. That's the Lima Declaration, that the SAIs must set priorities for performance auditing equal to importance with other audit types. Now, these priorities clearly are going to take a different understanding, and from a different angle. One could argue that the priorities in terms of, do I actually conduct the audit? Do I publish it? Do I finance it like I do the other audits? But I think the discussion should go beyond more than just that to those who are tasked with doing this particular role. And this is the basis for which this afternoon we actually would wish to run our arguments on this particular topic for the next maybe now 54 minutes. We know for a fact that the Supreme Audit institutions have recruited multidisciplinary staff into their staff ranks. We also do know that many have struggled to retain them even after heavy investments in their development. And you can reflect on your own side, wherever you are, look through your performance audit function, and try to understand the people around you. Who are they? Are they accountants? Are they lawyers? Are they engineers? Are they environmental scientists? Are they social scientists? Are they economists? And so on and so forth. And then reflect on that particular point. You have recruited, you have developed them. Do they live? Are they with you? Are you utilizing them sustainably? Are they actually doing the things that you think best enhances or harvests their own competencies? And this is the kind of retrospective, thinking that you could or I would like you to apply wherever you are. It doesn't matter whether you're in the performance audit discipline or function within your SAI, but maybe it's your colleague that is at the SAI. Have you ever wondered and asked yourself, what exactly is happening with these people? We know they come. Do they stay? And when they stay, are we utilizing them for the very competence that we think best enhances their own professions, their own, strong points to deliver on the product that is performance audit? Now, like I mentioned earlier on, that some SAIs, like Mozambique, have developed career path for this particular kind of staff. And while these career paths are meant to recognize the competencies of this very staff, at least they have begun thinking about, when this person is recruited, what are the plans in place to ensure that they progress like any other staff. I have had the privilege to interact with some of these professionals in the region. A very good friend of mine, I remember, I think from the side of Ghana, Lawrence, he once told me about his interaction with certain SAIs where they were even shocked that within a whole Supreme Audit institution, they even had accountants, for example. That just goes to show you how much the inter-SAI community within which we work, how much level of such of importance is attached to certain kind of qualifications. Now, that does not mean to say that some qualifications are better off than the others. I think it all goes back to think about, okay, fine, we have all these kinds of multidisciplinary staff within us. How are we utilizing them? do they come in and also have the hope of one day to become the Auditors General? Of course, you're going to argue and say, well, our constitution or the legal framework in place for now is not really providing for that to happen. But then the question is, then why doesn't it provide for that to happen? Why is it that moving and progressing within the ranks of the institution is a preserve of certain qualifications against the qualifications of the others? Why is it that when we do our recruitment, we actually seek to recruit these people and force to turn them to be what you think the SAI can only recognize? Now, I'm not an HR specialist, and I think that's why I have with me the HR specialists in Mariana and the colleague also, Sharon, that we will hear from later, how they have tried to address and tackle this issue. And maybe, Sharon, as you prepare also to talk to us, it would be nice to know from you your own composition. What kind of staff do you have? And what has informed the recruitments around these people? Elevating multidisciplinary performance audit career path requires progression to the top. But maybe this is seemingly not a priority for our SAIs in the region, and maybe we could be wrong. And I think we just need to have this conversation and hear from you later today what this implies. We talked about these staff being conditioned to convert from their own professions. I mean, we hear every day staff coming up and saying, look, I was recruited as an environmental scientist. I thought I was coming to offer my competencies within my own, profession, but I'm doing things that are not related. And after 4 years of stay at my SAI, I'm being required to pursue certain academic disciplines that are only recognizable within our SAIs. So the question is, why should it be this way? Why do we recruit people only to convert them to things that maybe they did not want to be converted into, if we could recruit those that we already want to have? Is it that we recruit because we think they are useful for us? Do we recruit because we think it is fashionable to do so, or that some SAIs have actually had them in their own ranks? Why do we recruit only to convert them from their own professions? How about their full capacity and potential Is this being undertapped? Could this be what is explaining the migration of these staff from the office elsewhere? I had a colleague who already said, no, but it's good for staff to move. And I agree. But how about when we actually recruit them, train them so much in so many things? You go through your 3-module course when you're recruited as a staff with a multidisciplinary background. This is a very expensive course when you consider the period for which it is actually run, the costs involved in it, and then you throw them on an audit that does not even tap into their own professional competencies, and yet expect that they will sit and continue to get that satisfaction. I also do know some SAIs, I think it's the SAI of Tanzania, for example, which has realized that when we have this kind of staff, the best is to continue to nurture them in their own profession and grow them within their own professions so that they come back better to the SAI and provide a better opportunity, a better advantage to the SAI from their own vantage point of view in terms of the quality that needs to be seen from the audits that they perform. So typically what happens at this SAI, if they have an engineer within their ranks and they know that for the next period, for the next strategic period, they will not be conducting any audits that are of any engineering related discipline, Then they also let them go off, for example, to the Ministry of Works. And during this period at the Ministry of Works, they are then provided with these opportunities to actually enhance their competencies through performing tasks that relate to their own profession. That way, the staff is happy that they are doing things that they would love to do, and in any case for which they went to study. But they also come back to the SAI far much better, energized, ready to apply this much, sought after experience in terms of what they gained doing those similar works. I can understand you having a lawyer within your performance audit, but then when it comes to conducting the performance audit work, nothing that they do is even related remotely to law, even when the audit perhaps could provide an opportunity for you to pursue some of the implications of policies that we work with every day. At least we all do agree that performance auditing is about governance questions, looking at what has been put in place in terms of policy and trying to establish whether these policies are actually working as intended, whether the laws and regulations that we work with today speak to the intentions for which the programs have been put in. And there's no better place than actually utilizing the competencies of such people. But no, we leave them to do things. They get further depressed, frustrated. 4 years down the road, still the same people that came in. And then they are looking out of the office and looking at their colleagues with whom they actually joined the profession. And these people have moved on. They've progressed. They've built their careers based on what they have done. And you, the SAI, are saying, no, unfortunately for you to even progress to become a senior auditor or a principal auditor, you need to have these kind of competencies. In the morning, we had a discussion about gender just before we went for lunch. And the question had been, how do we recognize and provide opportunities for certain types of staff that are equal when considered all together to the entire staff establishment? And I want to compare this to exactly that the performance auditors that we have, how much do we value them? We are very quick to actually put them on our strategy for the advancements we seek to do. But I think we tend to do the opposite when it comes to how they are recognized, how they are able to move, and allow them to dream, to move, to become what they should be able to be and realize their full capacity and potential. Otherwise, then we are stuck with staff that are stagnant in some roles, while the others move to positions of responsibility. It's very frustrating. So what I think we will seek to do over the next 45 minutes is to have these discussions and also hear from you, colleagues, wherever you are, sharing with us what some of the advantages that we can tap into, or perhaps it is an experience on your side, in your side, of how you have dealt with this issue, of how you have enhanced the progression of such people, and how maybe you have also kept them very relevant within your size. So without wasting more time on this particular topic, I would like to request Mariana to share with us the work that she has also been doing in the same area with the SAI of Mozambique. Mariana, you are very welcome.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you for the opportunity. I spoke to Dr. Zwande just this morning. Unfortunately, he cannot join us. He said to me, all right, Mariana, just, what is my dream? What is my dream for the external auditors in the tribunal? Please share that with the team. So basically, that in Mozambique, the background of most of the auditors is not accountancy. It's not their qualifications. Most of them are have legal backgrounds and legal qualifications, engineering, all those type of things. So it is very, very difficult for them to even professionalize, because many PAOs only professionalize people that has an accountancy background or qualification. So Dr. Swande's dream is actually in terms of a certification program that we have been working on, to certify everybody, regardless of their background and their qualifications, through a 6-year program. And before we put on the slide about how this career paths look like, I just want to also mention that I've also worked with the SAI of Somalia, and AG of Somalia just extended this whole process as well, not only to auditors, but he said, we're not only looking at performance auditors, now we are also looking at everybody in the SAI.
Mariana?
Yes?
Sorry, just to interrupt you. I'm seeing some information on the chat area. Colleagues are struggling to hear you. If you could just elevate your audio a little higher or speak closer to the microphone, I think that would be very appreciated. Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. I'm going to speak closer to the mic. All right. So in Somalia, AG Somalia said, okay, we need to look at everybody's career. We don't want people just to have a job. They need to have a career. And so we are also working on the training and professional development program to certify people in their area of expertise and supporting them to get a professional certification or a professional certification in their area of expertise. Okay, so if you can please put on the slide, and then I'll talk on this career paths for Mozambique. So
I'm being told the volume is still low.
Still too low?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it is. I mean, if I could also ask our colleagues out there that maybe check that your volume is also not set at the minimum. And as Mariana tries also maybe to see if she can perfect something on her side. Sorry, Mariana, I keep interrupting. It's just that I see messages saying not different, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I hear someone saying it's perfect now.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me better now.
Perfect.
All right, perfect. So what we're planning to do in terms of this career paths is actually to align the development paths with the career paths. So the dream and the vision of the career paths for the external auditors is that as people are being appointed, they have a career path in terms of starting as a trainee auditor, then going through certain development programs, and then progressing towards, an audit specialist, which is aligned in terms of development path on an expert level. So it is. So this specific career path is linked to the certification program of 6 years, where a trainee auditor can become an expert in 6 years. Right. So this is also aligned to developing the pathways for professional development of auditors in SAIs. And so this is what we want to put forward, that you don't only have a job in the SAI, you have a career, you have an opportunity to progress and it does not depend on certain rules and regulations that you need to be a trainee auditor for 3 years before you can become a junior auditor. It depends on your development and your performance. So I think, and even in the beginning, when you recruit people and you have your induction program, to tell the staff that, you know, you're not going to have a job, you're going to have a career where you are going to progress, but you need to put your effort in as well. You need to study and you need to work hard, and then you will have the opportunity to progress in your career in the SAI. And if people know that they have a career, not only a job, then they will stay. And that is, and if they are managed well, they will be engaged and deliver more. So it is, it's very much linked to retention. And I think that is a whole culture change that needs to happen, to say that promotion and moving from one level to the other, it's not around certain guidelines that you need to be in a position a certain amount of years. It depends on your level of expertise, of your performance, and also how you develop yourself. So I'm open for questions. Thank you, Joshua, on this one.
Yeah. Thank you, Mariana, for that presentation on that particular issue. If I could maybe request for colleagues to also put some of their questions related to your presentation on the chat box. We will promise to reach out to each and every one of you and answer whatever you put out there. In the meantime, can I also request that maybe we just suss out some of the feelings from the SAIs on a couple of issues. We have, I think, 3 questions that we would like to pick up your brain on, and we can then use that as a basis for some of our discussions around that. But in the meantime, if you could also put your comments within the chat area, that will also assist us to understand better where you're coming from. So there are questions there. Try to understand, answer them to the best of your abilities, please. Yeah, as we get in those poll results to come in, I would like to, in the meantime, also bring in Sharon at this moment, and maybe here, before we go into the discussions from the results, at least to hear from the CAF perspective, as far as our topic at hand is concerned. I think it would be nice if if you could share from your perspective, your performance audit, typical performance audit compositions. Who are these staff? How do you recognize them? What's the most that they could actually get out of this whole process, and so on and so forth. And of course, as we also discuss this matter, I note some comments that are coming in terms of, for example, I saw a question from Paris. Paris says that our option number 3 might have lacked some options because we could have put some more options on it. It would be nice to know what that option would be. But from what she's saying, our 3-module course is not enough for recognition, for promotion. And I'm looking at us having this discussion not based on what you have done to become a performance auditor to gain promotion, but that you are also recognized within your own professional right to progress, and not necessarily to have attained a certain something for you to get that promotion. So maybe let me hear from you, Sharon. Generally speaking, what your take on this issue is, and then we'll get to the poll results. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Joseph. It's a pleasure to be here, Joshua, sorry. I'm Sharon Clark, so I come from the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation in Canada, and I'm actually on an assignment at the foundation from the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. And so I spent 13 years working there in performance audit, and before that I was a human resource management consultant for 12 years. So I've done work in many different areas. Very pleased to be here. So thank you again. It's interesting to think about the challenges you're facing. And I had some remarks prepared, but I'm going to try and specifically address what you're starting to speak about, and what Mariana has started to speak about in those challenges. So first of all, I'm a performance auditor. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an engineer. I do have expertise in human resource management. So there's that sort of functional expertise in addition to subject matter expertise. That's important. So maybe I'll show you, if I can share my screen. I'm going to try and show you what the Office of the Auditor General in Canada has in place for performance auditors. And it looks a little bit like what Mariana has shown you. So I think if you can see that, there are different levels of auditor, and they come in at what's called APD. So an audit development program, and they have to have a master's to come in. So right away, there's some sort of expertise, and you can see here in the text, public administration, environmental science, social science, applied science, law, or engineering, but also other areas. And then they go through a program with a significant amount of training, and where they're coached and mentored. And after approximately 2 years, but based on performance, right? It's not automatic. They become what's called an AP1, so the first level of audit professional, and then progress to the next level, which is called AP2, and then AP3, which is an audit project leader. So at that point, they start to take on some supervisory, some management roles. And then after that, what's not apparent here, there are several more levels. So there's a director, and then a principal, and then there's assistant auditor general, deputy auditor general, and auditor general. So it's a big organization. There are about at least 150 performance auditors right now. And so there's lots of room and scope to have this kind of career path. If there are only a few performance auditors, it's of course much more challenging. But there's certainly non-accountants all the way up to Deputy Auditor General. There has never been an Auditor General who is not an accountant. And the legislation it's not completely clear, but it's always been interpreted as, yes, the Auditor General has to be an accountant. So there is that obstacle, that barrier, but all the way up to Deputy Auditor General, there have been non-accountants. So that sets the tone, right? It sets the example for what is possible for a performance auditor who's not an accountant. Now, there's certainly some differences within Canada. While there is emphasis on the importance of a designation, like being an engineer or being a lawyer, having a certification in some area, it hasn't been a barrier in Canada. When I go abroad and people ask what my profession is, I studied political science and then I have an MBA, but what's the noun? What's my profession? Sometimes it's harder to capture that. But I know in probably most parts of the world, having a certification in a profession is critical. So we have actually started to have conversations with different organizations such as SIPFA in the UK, which has an accounting designation, but they're also looking at creating an international performance audit designation. So we started to work with them to see, if that's possible, either with that organization or another one, to create something that is recognized internationally. So I wanted to talk about that, but also I'm going to stop sharing this screen and maybe share a couple of slides that I had prepared. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to share those slides with you. All right. So one thing that I was involved in back in my HR career as a consultant is the idea of a skills inventory. So you want to think about the skills you need, the competencies you need, the specialty areas that you're looking for, either from subject matter or function of government. And I know AFROSAI-E I believe has a competency model, IBI has a competency model. But sometimes that competency model focuses really on auditing skills and not necessarily some of the specialist skills that you want to bring in to audit specialized areas, right? So you want to ensure that you're thinking about all the different program areas and functional areas of government that you're auditing and doing performance audits for, and think about the skills you need for that. So you assess those needs, you identify the skills that you have, right? You identify the backgrounds of the people and keep that in a database, or ensure people fill out a form that's accessible and maybe can be sorted. So if you're looking for even linguistic skills, right? Or certain skills that you think, okay, who has this skill? We're starting this audit in this area. Let's utilize the skill that these people have and put them on the team, right? And then you assess that gap, right? If you're thinking about all the upcoming audits and all the skills you're going to need, in the short and long term, you're missing certain ones. So maybe you want to look at recruiting individuals with those skills. And you can see some of the specialist areas, both in terms of program areas and government functions, and then provide that training. And on the next slide, you can see a potential career path. So this would be combined with the sort of the model that Mariana showed and the other one I showed you, where you're bringing in people at two levels, right? So early career people, but if you're bringing in specialists, they may be mid-career. So, is the training appropriate for them? Or do you need to have some different types of training for people coming in at mid-career? It's a very different mindset. And I know the Office of the Auditor General of Canada is still struggling with this. They have had many, many mid-career hires. but they're realizing their model, was set up more for entry level. So it's something to consider. And then you determine where they're going to be deployed. What audit team are you going to put them on? So if they have certain skills, you want to utilize those. It's not always possible, but to the extent possible. And if you have that skills inventory idea, it should enable you to have audit teams that utilize and maximize the training, the specialized training of individuals. And then Joshua talked about what I call a secondment idea. So the idea of an auditor going into a government department, either in internal audit or in an operational area, to both to utilize their expertise, but also to gain knowledge of the government functions in that area, and then bring them back. So it could be 1 year. We've often had 2-year secondments, and then they come back. You have to make, some of them won't come back, right? You run that risk that they won't come back. But if they come back, they really bring that knowledge and that experience that's very valuable back to the audit office. So I know OIG Canada has been successful in that. They've also looked at their compensation of all auditors across the board to ensure it's quite competitive, so that it is appealing to come back and work at the Office of the Auditor General, and many have recently. There's also the idea of lateral movement. In a large audit organization, you might have internal functions, right? Non-audit functions that could be very interesting as part of a career path. And for example, I was a performance auditor for most of my time at the Auditor General, but for 3 years, I led the performance audit methodology group, which was a fabulous experience. I got to participate on the INTOSAI subcommittee that developed the ISAI 3000, right, an international committee, and I got to work on that. I got to lead the renewal of performance audit methodology at the office, and then went back into audit and brought that experience back with me. So there's that possibility in addition to secondments. And all of that can then be assessed for promotion, and certainly for management levels. It's a competitive process in Canada. So whereas up to the management levels, it's not automatic again, but it's performance based. If your performance is good enough, you can advance to the next level with a certain amount of experience. For management levels, it's a competitive process, and it includes an interview and sometimes some tests, and sometimes a second level of interviews. And then if you are promoted, to have the management development training, right? To ensure you have the management competencies. So maybe someone is very, very good at auditing and good in their specialized area, but then when it comes to managing people, there's a whole other set of competencies. So those are a lot of the things we're thinking about at the foundation. And I will stop sharing my screen now, and be pleased to further the discussion or take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon, for sharing the experiences. I think it is very refreshing to note that, at least for your environment, even if the utmost position is a preserve of a certain academic background, that those that may not have that particular one can progress up to the Deputy Auditor General. I think in our region, if I am not entirely mistaken, we probably have seen that happening in the SAI of Ghana only, and not anywhere else. But I think it's also improving, and hopefully, as we continue to interact with colleagues within the region and sharing experiences around the issue of the performance audit and their career path, that these discussions could start, picking up similar deliberate intent like you have had for the question of the performance auditor. I see there had been an opinion given by Elroy, and he says, I don't know how to go about question 3, because we don't even have career path for performance audit, and it's not clear. So, and maybe that is also a sentiment that the majority of the Supreme Audit institutions also have, that you think you do, but until you actually stop to understand from the HR perspective the differences in these career in these qualifications for the different auditors, then you'll realize that, okay, wait a minute, maybe we are following one of the others and have not deliberately incorporated the one that deals with the multidisciplinary stuff. And I see that you, based on your own experiences and what you shared from Canada, that there has been a deliberate intention, like similar to what, of course, what Mariana also shared, so that deliberate intent. And I'm happy that Mariana is also beginning to run with this particular idea from one side to another, to try to see how we can be deliberate about it. And I think the whole intention with this session this afternoon is to at least provoke the SAIs to also have their own retrospective thinking about it and say, can we deliberately start having a discussion around this and not take it for granted? I see there is a question which I'll come back to. I think it's from Abera. I'm not sure if it's been answered, but we'll come back to it. But in the meantime, if you allow me, I would also like to go back to the polls, Sharon, maybe, and you and Mariana, and then we can try to see what is the particular, reasons for the perceptions that the poll results will show. So if you could share with us the poll results, that would be very appreciated. So as we see from question number 1, colleagues, where we have asked, do you feel that the performance audit staff have a career within the SAI? At least we're having 63% saying yes, they have a career. As a performance auditor, of course, I begin to then wonder, the people who answered that question, are they performance auditors or are they the other auditors? Because until you put also yourself in the shoes of the performance auditor, this becomes a little bit tricky. Or maybe those who have said no are the actual performance auditors. But then, and that is accounting for 27%, but there are also those who are not really sure, accounting for 11% of that. On the question that is number 2, do you feel that because of your profession, qualifications and focus area that you have opportunities to progress in your SAI? I see that 76% are saying yes, we are able to progress. I think that's very good to note in terms of the responses to that. Again, the no comes in at 14%, and those who are unsure. And I'll come back to specifically those results and try to see how in the next 10 minutes we can actually unpack them in terms of what is the reality on ground. Number 3 is about how do you, as a SAI, ensure career progression of your performance auditors. I see most of you are saying through special training and professional development, and I think that also ties well with what Paris mentioned, that yes, fine, when we look at the current professional development training for performance auditors, yes, they do it, but again, it doesn't go to count for anything in terms of some of these progressions. So it's very interesting that one, you look, that is seen as very key, and yet perhaps on ground not really looked at as sufficiently, good enough for any progression. And then, of course, the other that comes close is through ensuring that performance auditors have opportunities for development or to develop. And I see that these are recognized as some of the ways we, how we could ensure the career progression of PAs. Then the question is this actually, if done, followed through to the letter? And maybe it goes back to the same discussions that Sharon and Mariana, you have given to us. So I want us to discuss this in light of, one, the question that has come in from Abera Tades. I hope I've pronounced your name well. I think the question is about the career path. It says the career path may retain staff for a certain period of time. Fine, fair enough. what are the measures to be taken to retain the staff that has already got the highest possible level of a career. I guess this is more to say that maybe I'll pass on this to Sharon. I guess this is one way to say, okay, now that you've allowed them to move up to the position of Deputy Auditor General, then what? Is the idea that they should move, or are there discussions to the fact that they can also attain the highest office of the land? I don't know, Sharon, if you want to give it a go.
Sure. Well, to become Deputy Auditor General would be the pinnacle of someone's career, right? No, it's not Auditor General, but there's only one Auditor General job, and actually not very many Deputy Auditor General jobs. So it's very prestigious if you can rise that far. But it's a good question. I know of actually one specific case, someone who was recently promoted to Assistant Auditor General, which is still very, very senior. It's part of the small executive team. And she left to join a firm, a consulting firm or accounting firm. And I don't know if that has ever happened, to be honest, in the history of the Office of the Auditor General. Generally, anyone who's Assistant Auditor General stays in that position until they retire. So it kind of sets a precedent. It's interesting in terms of age, in terms of career prospects. Is it challenging enough? But I also think in today's more mobile workforce, you're always going to run that risk, right? There's a saying, I think it said, what if you train someone so well and they become so good that they leave? And the retort is, well, what if you don't train them and they stay, and maybe they're not very good, or they're not very happy, and so they're not productive, and so they're not doing good audit work, right? So development is the key, especially these days. I know with the pandemic, they've talked about something called the Great Resignation. I don't know if that's the case in your context, but many people have been leaving and changing jobs. And it happened to correspond with a recruiting drive at the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. So it benefited them. They brought in a whole lot of people, and people were willing to leave their other jobs. So it's a combination, right, of pay and development opportunities and interesting work and recognition. So it doesn't always come in the form of something formal necessarily. But certainly different opportunities within an organization to lead maybe special projects, to be involved in something like developing audit standards, right? There's so many opportunities that are available, and I'm sure within your region. I don't know how mobile people can be within AFROSAI-E, right? To go to another country's audit office and work with them and then come back. I don't know if that's a possibility, but there are many ways to provide variety and challenge in a career path.
Yeah. Norman, thanks again for sharing that. And maybe that in a way for me ties in to what I would like to put also to Mariana as we wrap up maybe this particular discussion. And maybe for Sharon, before I go to Mariana, I have a colleague, Christina, who's also, I see, in attendance today. And she already said, look, there's nothing wrong with people moving. And she says, I think people should move and they should progress. The idea is not to tie people into one entity for perpetuity, but rather that people should actually come and offer what they think they can, and also provide opportunities for others to also, also to take over. So the idea is not to tie this staff, the performance auditors, in one place. I mean, if they can take the good that they have learned from the SAI to better somewhere else, I think that's also equally very good. I think what is more of a challenge is where we see these people moving prematurely, at a point in time when you actually thought they still had a lot in them to offer, but the system in place does not permit them. And so that brings me to the question to Mariana. I think when you see the poll results, if I can just have them again quickly, in there they have stated, I think we see positives, right? Positives in terms of one, we feel that the performance audit staff have a career within the SAI. So people are saying, yes, we do. And then we also see that they feel, do you feel that because of your profession, qualification and focus area that you have an opportunity to progress? Again, we say yes. It's also a big yes. So if we are having these big yeses in terms of this, then what would you say, Mariana, explains the outcry that we see on, on our interactions with the own performance audit staff within the region who say, look, I've seen people pass me by and go while I stay where I am. Surely, if there are opportunities, why are the conditions different on ground? What could be explaining this, Mariana? If you can just give me at least in 1 minute, I'll be very grateful for that.
Joshua, it's a difficult one. I am not so sure what to answer on that. But I would say that in terms of Mozambique, what we said is when you run any certification program or you work on a career path, there should be a retention plan in place and a recognition. And I always say that people stay when they are treated well, when they are given enough recognition for their contribution. But it's not only giving. We're also expecting something back. And what we see is that these performance auditors are wonderful mentors. And that gives them a sense of appreciation for what they have and what was given to them, and they can give it back. And I think it's a personal transformation journey that goes with when you are on the highest level and what you want to contribute to society at the end of the day. So I would stop there.
And if I could add to that, Mariana, I'm also, what occurs to me, so there are 163 participants right now. And I'm sure there are many, many other auditors that maybe weren't allowed to come, or to, their supervisor said, no, you're too busy, work on your audit, don't go to the technical update. I'm not sure how the invitations work, but maybe that accounts for the very positive responses here in this conference on this poll, right? Because the people who are here are being given the opportunity to be here, which is very interesting for their career. Others may not have been given the opportunity. If they had, maybe the poll results might have been different.
Yeah. No, I mean, thank you so much. I think you have answered also as a performance auditor my typically also what I thought about. I mean, who are the kind of people who are here, and are we getting the right people answering the right questions? But thank you so much for your time. Unfortunately, that's all we had time for today. I want to thank you so much, Sharon, for picking up the time to come and join us and be with us on this particular issue. We would have loved to have more discussions around the subject. Unfortunately, we can only say so much within a given period of time. Mariana as well, thank you for supporting this particular initiative, and we hope that we can continue to engage on the matter for the next coming planning period, because as we can see, there are clearly many areas for us to harness on this one. Otherwise, thank you so much, and wish you a wonderful day wherever you are.
Okay,
Ciao.
thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Mariana. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you leaving me?
We're all leaving. You feel me with you right now.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Great to be here and great to join you this afternoon. My name is Neo Hlachwayo. I'm a manager in the professionalization space, which is one of the key strategic imperatives of AFROSAI-E. And I'm actually keen to actually speak to you about a topic that's actually very, dear to my heart and it's very relevant to the professionalization discussion. And coming from the discussion we just had with Joshua and Mariana relating to professional development pathways for performance auditors. I think even this discussion on professionalization, this discussion that we're going to have is very, appropriate considering the conversation that we just had. So yeah, thank you and look forward to actually you participating in the several posts that we have. And yeah, we can take the discussion a bit further. So the topic today that we're going to discuss, that I'm going to discuss, talks about, practical experience and formalizing the practical experience that we have in the SAIs where we work. So aging towards SAIs, formalizing their practical experience. And I think while preparing for this talk, I remember I came across a quotation from Sir Richard Branson, which says, "You don't learn to walk by following the rules, you learn by doing and by falling over." So which really speaks to the importance of practical experience, because it tells us that in order for us to be adaptive, in order for us to develop those competencies that enable us to respond to the environments that we find ourselves in, we need to be able to get a chance to actually do. And so that's where the importance of practical experience actually comes through. And that's why, as professionalization, is one of the areas that we actually advocate for as AFROSAI-E. So going on to the next screen, before we get into the detail of the discussion, one of the things that I just wanted you as the audience to actually think about is to consider the following. And consider the following in the context of your Supreme Audit institution. So if you have to think about, the environment in which that you work, the three questions that I would like to pose to you are, does your SAI provide, new recruits with training and workplace exposure that is systematic and intentional? Are junior staff in your SAI mentored and coached by senior staff? Does your SAI plan to provide junior staff with exposure to be able to grow in competence and assume management and leadership roles in the future? So meaning that, is there intention and is there formality in the process of how this happens in the SAI? And this is essentially why then we need to speak about practical experience. And you might ask yourself, what is practical experience? We do have the formal definition that's included in the standards, but on a practical basis, it actually refers to on-the-job learning and development, that develops one's professional competence. So meaning that it's that practical element that enables you to get closer and closer in terms of what you require to know and what you require to be able to do as an auditor that's working in a SAI, for example. And as an extension of that, it's also a key component of IPD. And when we talk about IPD, we know that we're talking about initial professional development. And with initial professional development, this is actually a key proponent or a key element of how one actually becomes certified as either a professional auditor, accountant, or any other profession for that matter. And what I've spoken about in terms of practical exposure, before I go into the details of the formalization thereof, I would just like to speak about, IPD, which is initial professional development, and where in the process or where in the scenario or where in the picture it actually fits in. So we know that we actually have entry requirements for someone to actually get into a profession or for someone to start on the journey to become a professional. We then have your formal education, so where you get your university qualification, your university information and education that you get certified for. And then as part of that process, we also need to have practical experience, because practical experience is also what it enables one to be able to take the knowledge that they've learned through the formal education to actually transcend it and use it in the workplace. And that's why it's also so important to the process. And if you look at the process, that's what it then gets used as an assessment of competence for you to become a professional auditor or an accountant. So going back to the discussion in terms of what is practical experience and why is it important? To summarize, the slides before, I would say that, I would just put it in 3 points. It actually provides a means to learn by doing, because we know that as we do things, that's how we tend to retain how to do them. It's real experiences. It's for the fact that real experiences prepares one for real life challenges. So we know that, for example, if you need to develop, professional judgment, you cannot learn that from the book, but you need to be able to be on the ground, exercising it, and then you get to a point where you are comfortable and you are able to make those judgment calls. And then the last part, it provides learners with public sector specific experience. We do know that in our education process, particularly for auditors, specifically for financial auditors, a lot of our education focuses on elements and principles that are more private sector based. So having this practical experience, particularly in a supreme audit institution, allows one to be able to be, have that knowledge and experience and expertise of working in the public sector and being able to address the challenges, the real life challenges that come with working in the public sector. And then, of course, if we have to take it to the formal side, then it relates to the different standards that speak to auditor competence, that speak to professional development, that also speak to values and benefits of the SAIs. Because in order for us to be able to provide value-adding benefits, we need to be able to do work that's of a quality and work that is necessary and beneficial to the citizens. And we can only do that if we are capacitated and we have the right skills and expertise to be able to perform at that level. So you might be asking that, okay, there is, you understand the need for formalizing practical experience, but there might not necessarily be a structure in the SAI or a structure in the office in order to achieve this on the ground. Well, there are different models that can be adopted by the SAI, which will enable the SAI to be able to move forward a bit on this element. So we have where you have a PAO accreditation, PAO Professional Accountancy Organization accreditation. Then we have one that looks at PAO or regulator aligned. And then the last one, which speaks to internally determined structure. So the PAO accreditation looks at the training of the SAI or the Supreme Audit Institution applying to become a training office officially for a PAO, so that those who go through the process can also go through a formal process that leads them to be certified as members of the PAO. Alternatively, one can also implement a process that looks at alignment. So meaning that the office is not necessarily certified as a training office, but the experience that is gained there on the ground allows one to easily, even later on, even if when they're no longer at the SAI, to be able to go back and say, this is what I did as part of my work at the SAI, and this is what aligns me and has enabled me to be able to apply for membership or professional certification. Then the last part speaks about internally determined structure. And this also touches a bit on what Joshua and Mariana spoke about, in terms of, not necessarily having a professional accountancy organization that caters to the needs of, for example, performance auditors. So in that instance, then one can actually implement a structure that is internally recognized and that enables one to be able to feel that there's progress and there's a gaining of more competence as they go through different and formalized experience, exposure for their experience, etc. So, taking the conversation further, we've spoken about, practical experience and how important it is for us to get to a point where we are able to increase the level of professionalized staff in the SAIs. But in trying to apply that process, there's also challenges that might be presented when you're trying to undergo or undertake this process. But of course, we know that with challenges, there's also opportunity. So meaning that there's also some elements where we can actually look at how we can go around these challenges and how we can then still meet the goals that we're trying to meet despite the challenges that we face on the ground. So the challenges have been expressed in different categories, the first one being institutional, the other one being individual. So meaning that institutional are those that pertain to the structure of the office and its standing relative to other entities and what it is able to implement externally, and external forces and internal forces. Then the individual speaks to some of the challenges that might be facing the staff that we are trying to encourage that they become more professionalized. So we will actually start with the institutional and look at some of the challenges that are there and some of the opportunities that might actually be present to overcome those challenges. So looking at the challenges, what we have is no strategic or institutional support for the initiative. So we know that for such an initiative to be successful, it needs some strategic support, it needs some strategic buy-in, it needs that support and push to be able for it to be successful. Especially noticing and understanding the fact that professionalization tends to be a long-term journey. So meaning that if it's not part of the strategy, it might be hard to move in the right direction. Then the second part speaks about low starting base. Low starting base refers to the fact that, we do not always have, the ideal setup, in our SAIs. We might not have even the first 2 or 3, colleagues that might be able to stand in and act as mentors, act as training officers. So meaning that there is nothing to base the process on. So we'll look at that. The third challenge might be limited or no interaction or collaboration with key institutions. So we always talk about professionalization being a very stakeholder intensive and interactive process. So you will need to have an element of partnerships with key institutions. So in this instance, this can be one of the challenges that the SAI faces. And then the fourth part looks at lack of autonomy by the office. So we know that a lot of our SAIs work in an environment where some of the rules, especially in relation to hiring practices, are not necessarily set internally. So how do we then overcome some of those challenges to be able to make sure that we move a bit further on the professionalization journey? Then the last part is the competency framework basis for the process. So perhaps there's no competency framework in the SAI that enables one to actually, move further in the process to be able to base, this practical experience and this formalization on. So having presented the challenges that we have, one of the things that we just like to find out is that at your SAI, what would you say is the main or the most, common or influential challenges leading to, challenges in getting to professionalizing staff a bit further. So if we can just have the poll, so we have that question that's there. And the question says, does your SAI present with any of the identified possible challenges? And please note that the challenges, you can indicate multiples, you can select multiple options, and we'll look at the ones that you've selected and also look at some of the opportunities that can be presented to overcome some of those challenges. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you for those who actually participated and gave us some information about some of the challenges that you're facing at the SAIs. And looking at the results, I see that the lack of autonomy is one of the biggest issues that is affecting the professionalization journey in the SAI. I also see that, then the rest of the other factors are actually tied. So they're actually present in a lot of the SAIs, meaning that, all of the challenges do resonate with the challenges that you are facing on the ground. So thank you for that. And yeah, it's quite good insight for us to actually better understand, the challenges that you're facing on the ground. And I think the next part then speaks to opportunities. And we'll actually look at some of the opportunities that can be implemented in countering some of the challenges that we've identified. So the first one speaks about, no strategic or institutional support for the initiative. So what would the SAI then need to do is then look at making a case for purposes of ensuring that there's alignment between practical experience process and the professional development ambitions of the office. So meaning that you actually make a case and make sure that the element of professionalization is actually factored into the strategy documents of the office and the strategic ambitions of the office. And I also see that one of the opportunities or ways that can be done is actually using, any forms or any opportunity for strategic revisions to actually implement this. So even if there's a mid-year, midterm review of the strategy, or if there's a relook at the strategic plan of the SAI, and then that's an opportune, moment to actually slot in elements that relate to professionalization, because we understand that, once something is part of the strategy, then it gets that impetus, it gets that momentum, it gets that level of support in the organization and on the ground as well. So that's one of the ways that you can look at some of the challenges and some of the ways that you can overcome the challenge. And then the next one speaks about the low base. So looking at not having a history of professionalized capacity, not having an infrastructure that caters to that, the SAI not necessarily being a training office. So one of the ways that you can look at overcoming this challenge is partnerships with entities with capacity to roll out such a process. So in instances where the SAI has a relationship with private sector, or has a relationship with other entities that are able to offer capacity as a way of starting and having a starting base, which can then be used to work on, to actually, build upon going forward. Because we do understand that in order for you to get to a high level of professionalized staff, you need to start somewhere. So having that structure and having that support at the beginning to enable one to actually start at least and then move forward there. And that also links to the second point that looks at partnership with the PAO or regulator, so the certifying body. Because if you have this relationship, then this relationship, and if it's a proactive and an interactive one, it can be used to facilitate a process of factoring the public sector context. In some of the professional accountancy organizations, you will find that maybe the SAI is actually the first public sector entity that's looking at getting, accreditation for people that have practical experience. So working together with the PAO to show them the opportunity for them to move into the public sector and for them to enable them to be able to, be able to function in the public sector, and the SAI actually being one of those entities that actually starts this process. And then the next challenge relates to the limited or no interaction or collaboration with key institutions. So this can encompass the PAO, the regulator, and the Public Service Commission, or any other similar kinds of institutions. So wanting to professionalize can provide an opportunity to actually renew or create a relationship, even in instances where it did not exist. So meaning using this process as an opportunity to actually build new stakeholder relations that will actually take, the ambitions and the intentions of the SAI a bit further. And also, it's also an opportunity to partake and influence the activities of the PAO or regulator, particularly in relation to the public sector. You'll find that a lot of the institutions and entities, especially the ones that work outside the public sector, might not necessarily have public sector representation on the table. So once the SAI actually wants to undertake this process, it's also an opportune time to actually use the interactions to also, gain a better flow or a better hand in how the public sector is engaged in terms of, in terms of the profession in general and in terms of professionalization in particular. Then the big one, lack of office autonomy. So we understand that this is a big challenge that a lot of SAIs are facing, but we do also view this as an opportunity for the SAIs to renew or create a relationship with the Public Service Commission or similar entities, so that, the Public Service Commission can also get to understand, the intentions of the SAI and the reasons why professionalization is important for the SAI, so that when the Public Service Commission or any other like entities go forward and hire for the SAI, they're able to hire better and hire in a way or implement processes that support what the SAI is trying to do. And this is also aligned to the draft standards and guidelines that have been released on auditor competence. So that speak to how you can engage with the Public Service Commission if you are in that situation where the SAI is not autonomous in terms of hiring practices. And then the second opportunity that is presented with this situation is the fact that, this provides the SAI an opportunity to actually be an exemplary public sector entity and to actually do, processes and initiatives and achieve goals that have not yet been achieved in the public sector, perhaps, and being in a position to actually be the blueprint for, further like-minded initiatives. And we know that, the Supreme Audit Institution usually has, it actually is, highly regarded as an office, and the initiatives that are implemented there tend to be emulated by other public service or other public sector entities. So undergoing such a professionalization journey and actually engaging and wanting to become professionalized can also serve as a momentum for other public sector entities to follow suit. And then the last one speaks about, not having a competency framework basis for such a process. Well, not having this challenge provides an opportunity for the SAI to actually use this process to set the minimum standards for the auditor levels at the SAI to make sure that there's some form of, formalization in terms of the competency levels that are required at the SAI. And if you look at, the guidelines and the guidance that is out there, InterSAI has guidance in terms of, how a SAI can go forward and make sure that they develop a competency framework that is applicable to its context, that is also supportive of its mandate. And as well as, as AFROSAI-E, we also have a competency framework that can also be adopted by the SAI and used as a basis for them to actually go forward on the professionalization journey that they would like to go on to. Okay. So in addition to those challenges that we spoke about that can be institutional, we also have some individual challenges that can lead to low levels of professionalization at the SAI. And some of these encompass, lack of success with professional exams. We know that professional exams can be very tough. And sometimes, the pass rates can be very discouraging, especially for someone who wants to take part in this process. The second part is lack of enthusiasm for the process. So you find that a lot of our colleagues are just discouraged and not enthusiastic with, undertaking the process, and they don't feel like there's any point in actually undertaking the journey. Then something that was actually also mentioned in the previous discussion, the issue of career paths. So not seeing the point of going forward with the process because there is no career path in the SAI for someone who's, professionalized, for someone who's a professional auditor, etc. So how do we then deal with that? And then the last part, it speaks about, perceptions about the attractiveness of the public sector. And this also speaks to, your recruitment drive most of the time. You find that those who would like to join the SAI would like to join the SAI, but they have no intentions to become professionalized because they do not see, the working for the SAI as something that's attractive for someone who wants to become a professional. So those are some of the challenges that can be related to the individual basis. To the individual person. So as moving forward, I would also like to hear your opinion in terms of, some of the challenges that you are aware of that seem to be common in your side that leads to low levels of professionalization. So if we go to the next poll question number 2, it would be great to hear your opinion on what could be some of the challenges that are there. So the question is, what would you consider as the reasons staff in your SAI are not completing professional development pathways or are not being professionalized? So this option, this polling question also allows for multiple selections. So if, multiple issues are at play, please indicate. And if, a specific one you would like to highlight, then please indicate that. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues, for the feedback. So thank you very much. We actually do recognize and realize that, there are a lot of SAIs that are doing a lot in terms of professionalization, and even though the ones that are, having challenges. But I think one of the reasons why we are undertaking this conversation is to actually, assist the SAIs in terms of moving forward in areas where there are challenges. So definitely we do recognize the positive work that's being done out there, but we also want to actually, make sure that even when there's challenges, there's also opportunity that's being seen. So looking at the responses that we have in terms of the poll, we see that the success with professional exams is one of the biggest challenges, as well as, lack of enthusiasm for the process. But we also see that the career paths and also the perceptions about the attractiveness of the public sector is also something that features quite high. And I think, one of the ways that we would like to move forward is to see how we encourage the individual, because it's the individual that becomes professionalized, which then contributes to the whole side being, more professionalized and being able to, deliver better on its mandate. So thank you very much for your participation on the post. And I think, going forward, I'll just go to some of the opportunities that have been implemented by some of the SAIs that are winning in this area to show that it actually can be done. So lack of success in the professional exams. And, some of the ways that the SAIs can look at is, an opportunity to offer workplace support to complement practical experience process. So having some support on the ground that enables one to actually perform better in terms of the professional exams. And most of the time, if you look at professional exams, especially the ones that assess competence as part of the exit for your initial professional development process, they tend to look at whether or not you understand, the work environment. So having a process internally that assists people in the SAI to better understand, some of the challenges that they can face on the ground and how to address those, they can also lead to better success rates in the professional exams. The second part relates to looking at, creating incentives for progress being made on educational and practical experience component of the professionalization journey. So meaning that, there's some form of recognition, there's some form of reward, where, people that actually, move forward are able to be incentivized so that even other colleagues are able to be encouraged to move forward with their process and, move forward with their journey. So, so definitely it's one of the ways that we can make sure that there's better success with the pass rates in terms of the professional exams. And then the last part speaks to the next part speaks to lack of enthusiasm for the process. So meaning that some of our colleagues might, be discouraged with maybe how long the process is, how challenging the process can be, and and the challenges with different elements, work balance, etc. So one of the ways that can be, overcome is, partnering with the candidate on a journey that enhances the SAI and their professional ambitions. So making sure that, there's a better alignment in terms of what they would like to achieve versus, the work that they're doing for the SAI, to make sure that, there's a better alignment, which will actually encourage them and incentivize them to move forward in terms of their professionalization journey. And then also, indicating the possible, positive future outcomes, the opportunities that might lie internally within the SAI and also externally. In the conversation earlier, we spoke about, being fine with people, gaining the competence that they need to gain and also moving on. And most of the time they move on to other public sector entities. So making them see that there's actually, a bigger picture that they can make a dent to, that they can make an impact to, that would also allow them to be able to be a bit more enthusiastic about, following through the process. And then the third part speaks to the career path. So it's an element where it's actually quite important to make sure that, people are just not being professionalized, you know, just to have the designations, to have the certification, but the SAI also thinks about, you know, what does this mean in terms of, you know, growth, in terms of incentives, rewards, recognition, in terms of, you know, attraction and retention. So making sure that there's also a career path. So once I become, you know, certified in a certain level, at a certain level, then I have a better chance. I have, you know, better prospects of being appointed, etc., etc. So making sure that there is a career path for those who undergo through the process. And then the last part speaks about the perceptions about the attractiveness of the public sector. And I think this can be, you know, one of the reasons why it can be challenging to recruit for the public sector. And I think as those who want to professionalize the public sector, one of the ways that we can do that is to make sure that we emphasize the unique opportunity that, you know, working for the SAI or the public sector in general, you know, can present for someone who would like to impact the country directly. So, you know, some of the work that we do is very unique to, you know, being in government, basically. And, you know, indicate also the full length and breadth of public sector experience, because you find that a lot of the times, you know, there's misconception about, you know, the actual exposure that is out there in the public sector, not realizing that, you know, as much as we audit, you know, different entities, you know, but we also audit those ones that also operate more like businesses. And therefore, there is that exposure, you know, to be able to audit and be able to be exposed to entities that not only offer service delivery, but those ones that need to also be self-sustaining. And then the fourth part is about the unique and one-of-a-kind experiences that the working for the SAI provides. So you find that you need to emphasize the fact that, you know, how unique some of the experiences are. You know, as I said before, some of the entities that are audited in the public sector, it's like one of a kind. You know, there is no other entity like that in the country. So making sure that, you know, there is that emphasis to show the length and breadth of the experience that one can get. And also, the last part, emphasizing the extent of coaching and mentoring opportunities that might be there. Often in the public sector, you know, it's quite positive in the sense that, you know, the environment allows for, you know, more detailed supervision, more opportunities for coaching and mentoring that might not necessarily be available in other entities. So presenting this as really an attraction to make sure that not only will you get, you know, the experience, but you will get the experience being overseen by people with a deep understanding of the public sector and with a deep interest in the fact that the country works well. So emphasizing this and making sure that there is that understanding. And yeah, so those are some of the opportunities. And I also see that one of the elements or comments that have been raised is that there's no financial support by the SAIs to pay for exam fees and membership fees, and also take into consideration challenges with salaries, etc. So the SAI can actually look at to what extent are they able to support staff to enable them to, you know, register for the exams and sit for them, but also after that also assist them to actually, you know, be able to register as members. So that's something that SAIs can actually look at as a way, as an input towards making sure that there's an increase in terms of, you know, the levels of professionals that work in the SAI. You know, and Sharon indicates that in Canada, the audit office pays for membership fees for one designation, either accounting, engineering, or other. So, which is quite positive, because then it makes sure that staff are actually, you know, encouraged to actually get those certifications, you know, to get that accounting certification, be a CPA, be a CA, engineering, you know, be a professional engineer, because you know that your office recognizes it and it places so much value in that designation and your certification that it's willing to pay for that. So I think that's actually one of the key elements that can actually assist an office to actually professionalize. And then I see Paris Kikandu indicating that SAI Kenya pays for the accountancy training for staff, including giving off days to prepare for the exams, and which is quite key. And we believe that that's one of the ways that you can really encourage professionalization. And you would find that in instances and in SAIs where this is happening, there tends to be higher levels of professionalized staff, where the office takes a more keen interest in the exams, in the professional experience of the colleagues in their journey. There tends to be, if there's more interest in that, there tends to be better outcomes in terms of professionalization. Okay, looking at the polling question number 3. So the polling question looks at enablers. So what we're trying to get at now is to look at how can we enable an environment that allows for this to actually, move towards the right direction. So we would say, the question is, what would you say would be the biggest enabler for a formalized practical experience program for your SAI? So what would need to be in place to be able to make sure that this happens? So we need to have a business case for such a program that relates to the delivery of the SAIs mandate. Would we need leadership to advocate for such a program? Maybe organizational understanding and buy-in of its intents and objectives on the ground, of general staff. Maybe one of the hindrances is the lack of collaboration, or maybe challenges with the collaboration between the SAI and other government agencies and the PAO. Maybe support from the political leadership, as well as availability of appropriate supervisory capacity. So what would you say from your side would actually be one of the key enablers to make sure that such a process and such a formalized practical experience program is actually implemented and is actually be able to be successful on the ground in the SAI? Thank you, colleagues, for the feedback. Thank you so much for the participation. And looking at the results is quite interesting. We see that it's quite evenly spread, with the organizational understanding and buy-in being the one that has the most responses, but also the other elements also looking at, the different enablers that are also, you think, could be key in getting to professionalizing the SAI. So yeah, thank you for the feedback. I think what this tells us is the fact that, there's no one factor that would lead to where we need to get to, but it's a multiplicity of factors that will assist us to get to where we need to get to. And it's also, a process that is, has a lot of inputs from different elements, and which then those elements working in unison then lead to what we would like to achieve. And also, I do appreciate the comments that have also been provided by SAI Rwanda and SAI Namibia, indicating the levels of financial support that are being provided by the SAIs, looking at, paying for membership fees, paying for, the writing of exams, etc. And I think this also goes back to my emphasis earlier to say that, the fees and paying for the fees and the membership fees and the exam fees assist in making sure that those who cannot afford to undertake the process at least start the process, but also formalizing the process internally and providing the experience that complements the writing of the exams, that complements the journey that they are undertaking when they're actually undergoing through the process, and then it will lead to better outcomes. So meaning that providing the fees is great, but also providing the support and the mentoring and the coaching and the supervision that goes with providing the fees, that would lead to a SAI staff that are being professionalized at a greater rate. So looking at the kind of assistance that AFROSAI-E can assist with in terms of, moving you on the journey towards, having formalized practical experience that contributes to more professionalized staff, is, the development of a generic practical experience plan. So this is a plan where you are able to see, some of the exposures that one needs to have, so that, staff can be planned in order for them to be able to get that exposure that enables them to, move forward and be, better prepared to gain that level of certification as, professional auditors. You can also offer the training of mentors and assessors, because they are very important in the process. These are the colleagues that make sure that, those who are undergoing the process of professionalization are actually, looked after and, on the ground. They're able to guide them, they're able to mentor them, they're able to provide them with, their experiences and how, they were able to overcome some of the challenges, which is quite encouraging, and making sure that, staff are able to progress on their journey. And then we can also facilitate engagements with the PAO. So we know that a lot of the times, particularly in financial audit, one of the ways that we like to professionalize is for staff to be able to be part of or members of the PAO. And we would be able to assist in those engagements to make sure that, those engagements are actually beneficial for the SAIs and speak to, the public sector context. And it enables the SAI to be in a position where, they're able to implement the requirements of the PAO, but in a way that makes sense for the public sector and makes sense for public sector auditing. So, yeah. That's where we can assist, and please do get in touch with us in professionalization, where we'd actually be able to take the conversation forward in terms of some of the elements that we can assist with there. And questions and comments that are there, you can pose your questions, you can also pose your comments, and I'll read out some of the comments. I see Sierra Leone, SAI, also says they do the same as Kenya and Rwanda, which is paying for staff and for professional studies, which is quite encouraging, because we know that a lot of our staff, it's key for them to actually get that financial support, which enables them to actually move further ahead, as well as we understand that the process can be quite pricey to attain. So definitely that's quite encouraging. So thank you for that. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other comments or questions that are there. Yeah. And I think just also speaking to, the practical experience and how it contributes to the professionalization process, I think even having, mentors and assessors, capacitated to support, then that enables the practical experience program or the practical experience that's being offered on the ground to be able to, speak to the needs of those that are undergoing the process. So those are some of the ways that that we can assist with, and those are some of the ways that also contributes to, our staff being able to, our SAI colleagues being able to move forward and be professionalized in the areas that they are seeking to be professionalized in. So thank you very much, colleagues, for such an interactive session, particularly through the polls and as well as through the comments. They are very much appreciated. And we know that it's quite late in the day, but we do understand that, this is quite an important topic for the SAI, because we know that, as a SAI, our competence and our ability to deliver on our mandate relies on our people. It relies on SAI staff, and those SAI staff need to be capacitated to be, in a position to work, and achieve at their best. And also, this also speaks to, the standard that's in draft at the moment that speaks to auditor competence, because as SAIs, there's an expectation that in addition to implementing, professional standards that assist us in our audit, there's also an expectation that will provide an environment that leads to and is conducive of those who should and would like to be professionalized. So thank you very much for your participation. It was great having you. And yeah, it was great to host you this afternoon, especially being the last speaker. And we hope that you enjoyed all the speakers that came before me, as well as this discussion. And tomorrow we are also will be starting a bit earlier, seeing that it's the last day. We'll be starting at 10 a.m. Central African time. So please do join us for further, interesting conversations and interesting engagements that allow our SAIs to move a bit further, in their journey. Yeah. So thank you very much and have a good rest of the day. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye.